Toby Tyler, or 10 Weeks with a Circus by James Otis. Audiobook produced and copyrighted by BodeeBooks.com. Chapter 1. Toby's Introduction to the Circus.
Wouldn't you give more than 6 peanuts for a cent?
A very small boy with big, staring eyes asked a candy vendor at a circus booth. As he spoke, he looked wistfully at the large pile of nuts in the basket. Then he glanced at the 6 peanuts he held, which now looked so tiny in his hand.
"Couldn't do it,"
replied the proprietor of the booth, as he carefully put the boy's penny away in the drawer. The little fellow looked for another moment at his purchase, and then carefully cracked the largest one. A deep shade of disappointment crossed his face. Then, looking up anxiously, he asked,
"Don't you swap them when they're bad?"
The man's face looked as if he hadn't smiled in a long time, but a smile did appear just then. He tossed the boy 2 nuts and asked him a question at the same time.
"What is your name?"
The big brown eyes looked up for an instant, as if to check if the question was sincere. Then their owner, carefully picking apart another nut, said,
"Toby Tyler?"
"Well, that's an odd name."
"Yes, I suppose so myself. But, you see, I don't think that's my real name. The fellows call me so, and so does Uncle Daniel."
"Who is Uncle Daniel?"
was the next question. Since there were no other customers, the man seemed inclined to amuse himself with the boy.
"He isn't my uncle at all. I only call him so because all the boys do, and I live with him."
"Where are your father and mother?"
"I don't know,"
said Toby rather carelessly.
"I don't know much about them, and Uncle Daniel says they don't know much about me. Here's another bad nut. Are you going to give me 2 more?
The 2 nuts were given to him. He put them in his pocket, then repeatedly turned over the ones he held in his hand and said,
"I wouldn't be surprised if all of these were bad. Suppose you give me 2 for each of them before I crack them, and then they won't be spoiled so you can't sell them again."
As this offer to trade was made, the man looked amused. As he counted out the number Toby desired, he asked,
"If I give you these, I suppose you'll want me to give you 2 more for each one, and you'll keep that kind of a trade going until you get my whole stock?"
"I won't say a word if every one of them is bad."
"All right. You can keep what you got, and I'll give you these besides. But I don't want you to buy any more, for I don't want to do that kind of business."
Toby took the nuts offered, not at all embarrassed. He sat on a convenient stone to eat them and observe everything happening around him. The circus arriving in the small town of Guilford was a major event. Toby had thought of little else since the colourful posters first went up. It was still quite early that morning, and men were just erecting the tents. Toby had eagerly followed everything related to the circus, from the moment the first wagon entered town, through the street parade, and all the preparations for the afternoon performance. The man who had lost money on the peanut trade seemed inclined to question the boy further, probably because he had nothing better to do.
"Who is this Uncle Daniel you say you live with? Is he a farmer?"
"No, he's a deacon, and he hits me over the head with the hymn book whenever I go to sleep in meeting, and he says I eat 4 times as much as I earn. I blame him for hitting so hard when I go to sleep, but I suppose he's right about my eating. You see,"
and here his tone grew both confidential and mournful,
"I am a terrible eater, and I can't seem to help it. Somehow I'm hungry all the time. I don't seem ever to get enough until carrot time comes, and then I can get all I want without troubling anybody."
"Didn't you ever have enough to eat?"
"I suppose I did. But you see, Uncle Daniel found me one morning on his hay, and he says I was crying for something to eat then, and I've kept it up ever since. I tried to get him to give me enough money to go into the circus, but he said a cent was all he could spare during these hard times, and I'd better take that and buy something to eat with it, for the show wasn't very good anyway. I wish peanuts were only a cent a bushel."
"Then you would make yourself sick eating them."
"Yes, I suppose I would. Uncle Daniel says I'd eat until I was sick if I got the chance. but I'd like to try it once.
He was a very small boy with a round head covered with short red hair. His face was as freckled as any turkey's egg, but he looked thoroughly good-natured. As he sat there on the sharp point of the rock, swaying back and forth and hugging his knees, he kept his eyes fixed on the tempting display of good things before him. It would have been a very hard-hearted man who would not have given him something. But Mr. Job Lord, the booth owner, was a hard-hearted man, and he did not make any move to offer the little fellow anything. Toby rocked himself silently for a moment. Then he said, hesitatingly,
I don't suppose you'd like to sell me some things and let me pay you when I get older, would you?
Mr. Lord shook his head decidedly at this suggestion.
I didn't suppose you would,
Toby said quickly.
But you didn't seem to be selling anything, and I thought I'd just see what you'd say about it.
Then he suddenly pretended to see something wonderfully interesting behind him, using it as an excuse to turn his reddening face away.
I suppose your Uncle Daniel makes you work for your living, doesn't he?
Mr. Lord asked. He had just rearranged his stock of candy and added a couple of lemon slices to what was widely considered lemonade.
That's what I think. But he says that all the work I do wouldn't pay for the meal that one chicken would eat, and I suppose it's true. I don't like to work as much as a fellow without any father and mother ought to. I don't know why it is, but I guess it's because I spend so much time eating that it kind of tires me out. I suppose you go into the circus whenever you want to, don't you?
Oh, yes. I'm there at every performance. I keep the stand under the big canvas, as well as this one out here.
A deep sigh escaped Toby's small, round stomach. He thought about what joy it must be to own all those good things and to see the circus wherever it went.
It must be nice,
he said, as he faced the booth and its stern-faced proprietor once more.
How would you like it?
Mr. Lord asked patronizingly. He looked Toby over in a business-like way, very much as if he was considering purchasing him.
Like it,
Toby echoed.
Why, I'd grow fat on it.
I'm not sure that would be any advantage,
Mr. Lord continued reflectively.
It seems to me that you're about as fat now as a boy of your age ought to be, but I have a great mind to give you a chance.
What?
Toby cried in amazement. His eyes opened to their widest extent as this possible opportunity of leading a delightful life presented itself.
Yes, I have a great mind to give you the chance. You see,
and now it was Mr. Lord's turn to grow confidential,
I've had a boy with me this season, but he left at the last town, and I'm running the business alone now.
Toby's face expressed all the contempt he felt for the boy who would run away from such a glorious life as Mr. Lord's assistant must lead. But he said not a word, waiting in breathless expectation for the offer he now felt certain would be made to him.
Now I am not harsh with a boy,
Mr. Lord continued, still confidentially,
and yet that one seemed to think that he was treated worse and made to work harder than any boy in the world.
He ought to live with Uncle Daniel for a week,
Toby said eagerly.
Here I was just like a father to him,
Mr. Lord said, paying no attention to the interruption.
And I gave him his board and lodging, and $1 a week besides.
Could he do what he wanted with the $1?
Of course he could. I never controlled him, no matter how extravagant he was. Yet I've seen him spend his whole week's wages at this very stand in one afternoon. Even after his money had all gone that way, I've paid for peppermint and ginger out of my own pocket just to cure his stomach ache.
Toby shook his head mournfully, as if lamenting the depravity that would cause a boy to run away from such a kind-hearted employer and a desirable position. But even as he sadly shook his head, he looked longingly at the peanuts. Mr. Lord noticed his gaze. It may have been that Mr. Job Lord was the kind-hearted man he prided himself upon being, or perhaps he wished to win Toby's sympathy. Regardless, he gave Toby a large handful of nuts. Toby didn't bother his little round head wondering about the gift's motive. Now he could listen to the story of the boy's betrayal and eat at the same time, making him an attentive listener.
All in the world that boy had to do,
Mr. Lord continued, in the same injured tone he had previously used,
"was to help me set things to rights when we arrived in a town in the morning, and then tend to the counter till we left the town at night. All the rest of the time he had to himself. Yet that boy was ungrateful enough to run away."
Mr. Lord paused, as if expecting some expression of sympathy from his listener. But Toby was so busily engaged with his unexpected feast, and his mouth was so full that it did not seem possible for him to even shake his head.
"Now what would you say if I told you that you looked to me like a boy, made especially to help run a candy counter at a circus? And what if I offered the place to you?"
Toby made one frantic effort to swallow the very large mouthful, and in a choking voice he quickly answered,
"I would say I'd go with you, and be very glad of the chance."
"Then it's a bargain, my boy, and you shall leave town with me tonight."
Chapter 2. Toby runs away from home. Toby could scarcely restrain himself at the prospect of this golden future that had so suddenly opened before him. He tried to express his gratitude, but could only do so by showing his willingness to begin work at once.
No, that won't do," Mr. Lord said cautiously. "If your Uncle Daniel should see you working here, he might suspect something, and then you couldn't get away."
"I don't believe he'd try to stop me,"
Toby said confidently.
"He's told me many times that finding me was a sad day for him."
"We won't take any chances, my son,"
came the reply in a very kind tone. Job Lord patted Toby on the head and handed him a piece of cardboard.
"There's a ticket for the circus. Come see me around 10 o'clock tonight. I'll put you on one of the wagons, and by tomorrow morning your Uncle Daniel will have a hard time finding you."
If Toby had followed his true feelings, he probably would have fallen to his knees and kissed Job Lord's hands out of extreme gratitude. However, he didn't know how such an intense display of thanks would be received. So he settled for repeatedly promising to be on time at the appointed place. Toby would have liked to linger near the candy stand to learn more about the business, but Job Lord advised him to stay away, worrying that Uncle Daniel might see him and suspect where he'd gone when he was missed in the morning. As Toby walked around the circus grounds, where there was so much to see, he couldn't help but feel a sense of ownership. His interest in everything happening around him doubled. In his eagerness to see everything done correctly and in proper order, he actually forgot he was hungry, perhaps for the first time in his life. He was truly going to travel with the circus, to become a part of it, and to see its many wonderful and beautiful attractions every day. Even the tent ropes now held new interest for him, and the faces of the men working suddenly seemed like those of friends. It was so hard for him to walk around casually. It was especially hard to keep his feet from wandering toward that tempting display of sweets. He was going to sell those sweets to people who came to watch and enjoy, and who would look at him with wonder and curiosity. It was very difficult not to tell his playmates about his incredibly good fortune, but silence meant success, so he kept his secret locked away. He didn't even dare talk with anyone he knew, afraid he might accidentally reveal himself with a careless word. Toby didn't go home for dinner that day. Once or twice he felt compelled to walk past the candy stand, giving a mysterious shake of his head at the proprietor as he passed. The afternoon performance proceeded as usual for all spectators, except Toby. He imagined that every performer knew he was about to join them. Even as he passed the monkey cage, he thought one particularly old monkey knew all about his plan to run away. He needed to go home after the afternoon's performance. He had to retrieve some valuable items, like a boat, a kite, and a pair of skates, and also avoid suspicion. Before leaving the grounds, however, he discreetly approached the candy stand. He informed Mr. Job Lord in a hoarse whisper that he would be there at the agreed time. Mr. Lord patted him on the head, gave him 2 large sticks of candy, and, what was more kind and surprising, considering the fact that he wore glasses and was cross-eyed, he winked at Toby. Mr. Lord's wink must have meant a lot. Because of his eye condition, it took considerable effort, and even then it wasn't a proper wink. Distorted as it was, that wink greatly cheered Toby. It softened the blow of the scolding Uncle Daniel gave him when he arrived home. That night, Toby was not in a pleasant frame of mind. He was going to travel with the circus, but his home was not a happy or cheerful one. For the first time, he felt he was doing something wrong. As he looked at Uncle Daniel's stern, forbidding face, it seemed less severe. A lump formed in his throat at the thought that he might never see it again. Just then, a few kind words would have stopped him from running away, even though circus life seemed appealing. It was almost impossible for him to eat anything, and this surprising state of affairs attracted the attention of Uncle Daniel.
"Bless my heart. What's wrong with the boy?"
asked the old man, peering over his glasses at Toby's full plate, which was usually emptied so quickly.
"Are you sick, Toby? Or what's the matter with you?"
No, I'm not sick,
said Toby with a sigh.
but I've been to the circus and I ate a lot.
"Oh, ha! You spent that cent I gave you, eh? And ate so much it made you sick."
Toby thought of the 6 peanuts he had bought with the penny Uncle Daniel had given him. Despite his homesickness, he couldn't help wondering if Uncle Daniel ever made himself sick with only 6 peanuts when he was a boy. Since no one paid him any further attention, Toby pushed back his plate, rose from the table, and went with a heavy heart to do his regular evening chores. The cow, the hens, and even the pigs received his unusually kind attention. Big tears rolled down his cheeks as he fed them, thinking he might never see any of them again. These animals had always been Toby's confidants. He had shared his troubles with them, and when the world or Uncle Daniel had treated him particularly harshly, he imagined they sympathized with him. Now he was leaving them forever. As he locked the stable door, he could hear music from the circus grounds. He felt angry at the music because it represented what was taking him away from his home, even if his home wasn't as pleasant as it could have been. Still, he had no thought of breaking the commitment he had made. He went to his room, made a bundle of his belongings, and crept out the back door, down the road to the circus. Mr. Lord saw him as soon as he arrived on the circus grounds. As he handed Toby another ticket, he took the boy's bundle, saying, "I'll pack up your bundle with my things, and then you'll be sure not to lose it. Don't you want some candy?" Toby shook his head. He had just discovered a connection between his heart and his stomach, for his grief at leaving home had taken away all desire for food. It's also likely that Mr. Lord had enough experience with boys to know they might feel homesick just before starting to travel with a circus. To ensure Toby would stick to his commitment, he was especially kind. That evening was the longest Toby had ever known. He wandered from one animal cage to another, then went to see the performance in the ring, and then back to the animals, hoping in vain to pass the time pleasantly. But it was no use. The lump in his throat remained, and the thoughts of what he was about to do troubled him greatly. The performance didn't interest him, and the animals didn't hold his attention until he had visited the monkey cage for the 3rd or 4th time. Then he imagined that the same old monkey, who had seemed so smart that afternoon, was gazing at him with a sadness that seemed to understand all the grief and doubt in his heart. There was no one around the cages, and Toby got as close to the iron bars as possible. As soon as he flattened his little pug nose against the iron, the old monkey came down from the ring where he had been swinging. It sat directly in front of Toby's face and looked at him with great compassion. It wouldn't have surprised the boy at that moment if the animal had spoken. But since it didn't, Toby did the next best thing. He spoke to it.
I suppose you remember that you saw me this afternoon, and somebody told you that I was going to join the circus, didn't they?
The monkey made no reply, though Toby imagined that it winked in agreement. The monkey looked so sympathetic that Toby continued confidentially.
Well, I'm the same fellow, and I don't mind telling you that I'm terribly sorry I promised that candy vendor I'd go with him. Do you know that I almost cried at the supper table tonight? Uncle Dan'l looked really kind and nice, though I never thought that before. I wish I wasn't going after all, because it doesn't seem like fun at all now. But I suppose I must, because I promised, and because the candy vendor has all my things."
Large tears began to roll down Toby's cheeks. As he stopped speaking, the monkey reached out a small paw. Toby took it as earnestly as if it had been deliberately offered to comfort him.
"You're truly good, you are,"
Toby continued.
"and I hope I'll see you very often. It seems to me now, when there aren't any people around, that you're the only friend I have in this great big world. It's awful when a fellow feels the way I do, and doesn't seem to want anything to eat. Now, if you'll stay with me, I'll stay with you. And then it won't be half so bad when we feel this way."
During this speech, Toby had held on to the monkey's small brown paw. The monkey now withdrew it and continued to gaze into the boy's face.
"The other boys all say I don't amount to anything,"
Toby sobbed.
"and Uncle Daniel says I don't, and I suppose they're right. But I tell you, I feel just as bad now that I'm going away from them all, as if I were as good as any of them."
At that moment, Toby saw Mr. Lord enter the tent. He knew that the order to leave was about to be given.
"Goodbye,"
he said to the monkey, as he tried in vain to take his hand again.
"Remember what I've told you, and don't forget that Toby Tyler is feeling worse tonight than if he were twice as big and twice as good."
Mr. Lord had come to summon him away. He now told Toby that he would show him which man he was to ride with that night. Toby looked another goodbye at the respected monkey, who was watching him closely. Then he followed his employer out of the tent, navigating the ropes, poles, and general confusion accompanying a circus's relocation. Chapter 3. The Night Ride. By a strange coincidence, the wagon Mr. Lord intended for his new employee was the one containing the monkeys. Toby accepted this as a positive sign. He would be near his respected friend all night, and found some comfort in that. The driver instructed the boy to watch his movements, and, when he saw him leading his horses around, to be quick and ready, for he never waited for anyone. Toby not only promised to do as ordered, but he followed the driver so closely that the man, had he wished, could not have gotten rid of his small companion. The scene Toby observed was extremely strange and unsettling. Shortly after he joined the man with whom he was to ride, the performance ended. The work of preparing the show and its equipment for transport from one town to another soon began in full swing. Toby forgot his grief, and forgot that he was running away from the only home he had ever known. In fact, he forgot everything about himself. So absorbed was he in what was happening around him. As soon as the audience had left the tent, and almost before the work of taking down the canvas began, torches were stuck in the earth at regular intervals. The brilliant lights in and around the ring had been extinguished. The canvas sides had been removed, and the boards that formed the seats were being packed into carts with a rattling sound, like a barrage of gunfire. Men were shouting. Horses were driven back and forth, harnessed to wagons, or pulling the huge carts away as soon as they were loaded. Everything appeared to be in a state of great confusion, yet the work was being done in a highly systematic way. Toby didn't have to wait long before the driver told him it was time to start. The driver helped him climb up to the narrow seat where he would ride that night. The scene was so exciting, and his efforts to hold on to the narrow seat were so great that he had no time to think about the homesick feeling that had crept over him earlier that evening. The long procession of carts and wagons drove slowly out of town. After they passed the last familiar house, the driver spoke to Toby for the first time since they had started.
"Pretty hard work to keep on. Eh, Sonny?"
"Yes,"
replied the boy, as the wagon jolted over a rock, bouncing him high into the air. He made strenuous efforts and barely succeeded in landing on the seat again.
"It is pretty hard work, and my name's Toby Tyler."
Toby heard a strange sound coming from the man's throat, and for a few moments he feared his companion was choking. But he soon realized this was simply an attempt to laugh. and he immediately decided it was a very poor style of laughing.
So you object to being called Sonny, do you?
Well, I'd rather be called Toby for, you see, that's my name.
All right, my boy, we'll call you Toby. I suppose you thought it was a really great idea to run away and join a circus, didn't you?
Toby started in alarm, looked around cautiously, and then tried to peer down through the small square opening guarded by iron rods that led into the cage just behind their seat. Then he slowly turned to the driver, his voice a whisper.
How did you know I was running away? Did he tell you?
Toby gestured with his thumb as if pointing to someone behind him. It was the driver's turn to look around, searching for the
him
Toby referred to.
Who do you mean?
The man asked impatiently.
Why, the old fellow, the one in the cart there. I think he knew I was running away, though he didn't say anything about it. But he looked just as if he did.
The driver looked at Toby in complete amazement for a moment. Then, as if suddenly understanding the boy, he fell into one of those fits of laughter that made the blood rush to his face, giving him the appearance of having a seizure.
You must mean one of the monkeys,
the driver said after he had recovered his breath, which had been almost shaken out of his body by the silent laughter.
So you thought a monkey had told me what any fool could have seen if he had watched you for 5 minutes?
Well,
said Toby slowly, as if he feared he might provoke one of those terrible laughing spells again.
I saw him tonight, and he looked as if he knew what I was doing. So I went and told him, and I didn't know if he'd told you, though he didn't look to me like a fellow who would be mean.
There was another internal shaking on the part of the driver, which Toby didn't fear so much, since he was getting accustomed to it.
Well, you are the queerest little kid I ever saw.
Then the man said,
I suppose I am,
was Toby's reply, accompanied by a long, drawn-out sigh.
I don't seem to measure up as much as the other fellows do, and I guess it's because I'm always hungry. You see, I eat terribly, Uncle Daniel says.
The only reply the driver made to this sorrowful admission was to reach his hand down into the depths of one of his deep pockets and pull out a huge doughnut, which he handed to his companion. Toby was so much at ease by this time that the appetite which had failed him at supper had now returned in full force. He devoured the doughnut in a most ravenous manner.
You're too small to eat so fast,
the man said in a warning tone, as the last morsel of the greasy sweetness disappeared. He fished up another doughnut for the boy.
Sometime you'll get hold of one of the rubber doughnuts that they feed to circus people and choke yourself to death.
Toby shook his head and devoured this second cake as quickly as he had the first. He stretched his neck and made a funny little squeak as the last bit went down, just like a chicken does when it gets too large a mouthful of dough.
I'll never choke,
he said confidently.
I'm used to it, and Uncle Daniel says I could eat a pair of boots and never flinch at them, but I don't quite believe that.
As the driver made no reply to this remark, Toby watched with great interest all that was happening around him. Each of the wagons had a lantern fastened to its hind axle, and these lights could be seen far ahead on the road, looking as if a party of fireflies had started in single file on an excursion. The trees by the side of the road stood out, looking weird and ghostly in the darkness. The rumble of the carts ahead and behind formed a musical accompaniment to the scene that sounded strangely melancholy. Mile after mile passed in perfect silence, except when the driver would now and then whistle a few bars of some very gloomy tune that would make Toby shiver with its mournfulness. 18 miles was the distance from Guildford to the town where the next circus performance was to be given. As Toby thought of the ride before them, it seemed as if the time would be almost endless. He curled himself up on one corner of the seat and tried very hard to go to sleep. But just as his eyes began to grow heavy, the wagon would jolt over a rock or sink deep into a rut. Toby, breathless and with his neck nearly dislocated, would sit bolt upright, clinging to the seat with both hands as if he expected each moment to be thrown out into the mud. The driver watched him closely, Each time he saw Toby shaken up and thoroughly awakened, he would indulge in one of his silent, laughing spells, until Toby would wonder whether he would ever recover from it. Several times Toby had been awakened, and each time he had seen the amusement his discomfort caused. He finally resolved to stop the game by staying awake.
"What is your name?"
he asked the driver, thinking a conversation would be the best way to keep himself awake.
"Well,"
said the driver, as he carefully gathered the reins in one hand and seemed to be debating in his mind how he should answer the question.
"I don't think I even know it myself. It's been so long since I've heard it."
Toby was wide awake now, as this rather strange problem was forced upon his mind. He thought about the matter silently for some moments, and at last he asked,
"What do people call you when they want to speak to you?"
"They always call me Old Ben, and I've grown so used to the name that I don't need any other."
Toby wanted very much to ask more questions, but he wisely concluded that it would not be pleasant for his companion.
"I'll ask the old man about it,"
Toby said to himself, referring to the aged monkey, whom he seemed to feel acquainted with.
"He probably knows if he'll talk."
After this, the conversation ceased until Toby again ventured to suggest,
"It's a pretty long drive, isn't it?"
"You want to wait until you've been in this business a year or two,"
said Ben wisely.
"and then you won't think much of it. Why? I've known the show towns to be 30 miles apart, and those were the times when we had tough work. Riding all night and working all day kind of tires a person out."
"Yes, I suppose so,"
said Toby with a sigh, as he wondered whether he had to work as hard as that.
"But I suppose you get all you want to eat, don't you?"
"Now you've got it,"
said Ben, with the air of someone about to share a great deal of wisdom. He crossed one leg over the other to get as comfortable as possible while he initiated his young companion into the mysteries of circus life.
"I've had all the boys ride with me since I've been with this show, and I've tried to start them right. But they didn't seem to benefit from it, and always got sick of the show and ran away, just because they didn't look out for themselves as they should have. Now listen to me, Toby, and remember what I say. You see, they put us all in a hotel together, and some of these places where we go don't have very much food on the table. Whenever we arrive in a new town, find out at the hotel what time they have dinner ready, and be there early to get in with the first group. Eat all you can and fill your pockets."
"If that's all a fellow has to do to travel with the circus,"
Toby said,
"I'm just the one, because I always used to do exactly that when I had no idea of being a circus man."
"Then you'll get along just fine,"
Ben said as he checked the speed of his horses. He then looked carefully ahead and guided his team to one side of the road.
"This is as far as we're going tonight."
Toby learned that they were within a couple of miles of the town. The entire procession would remain by the roadside until it was time to make the grand entrance into the village. Then every wagon, horse, and man would be decked out in the most gorgeous display, just as they had been when they entered Guildford. Under Ben's direction, he wrapped himself in an old horse blanket and lay down on top of the wagon. He was so tired from the excitement of the day and night that he had hardly stretched out at full length before he was fast asleep. Chapter 4. The First Day with the Circus. When Toby awakened and looked around, he could hardly realize where he was or how he got there. As far ahead and behind on the road as he could see, the carts were drawn up on one side. Men were hurrying back and forth, orders were being shouted, and everything showed that the entry into the town was about to begin. Directly opposite the wagon on which he had been sleeping were the 4 elephants and 2 camels. Close behind, contentedly munching their breakfasts, were a number of tiny ponies. Troops of horses were being groomed and attended to. The road was littered with saddles, flags, and general decorations, until it seemed to Toby that there must have been an accident, and that he now saw ruins rather than systematic disorder. How different everything looked now, compared to the time when the procession marched into Guildford, dazzling everyone with its gorgeous display. Then the horses pranced gaily under their showy decorations. The wagons were bright with glass, gilt, and flags. The lumbering elephants and awkward camels were covered with fancifully embroidered velvets, and even the wagon drivers were splendid in their scarlet and gold uniforms. Now, in the grey light of the early morning, everything was changed. The horses were tired and muddy, and wore old and dirty harnesses. The gilded chariots were covered with mud-splattered canvas, which made them look like the most ordinary market wagons. The elephants and camels looked dingy, dirty, almost repulsive. The drivers were only a sleepy-looking group of men who, in their shirt sleeves, were getting ready for the transformation that would dazzle the eyes of the town's inhabitants. Toby climbed down from his high bed. He rubbed his eyes to fully wake himself up. Under Ben's guidance, he went to a nearby brook and washed his face. He had been with the circus for less than 10 hours, but now he could no longer believe it had ever seemed bright and beautiful. He missed his comfortable bed, the quiet, the cleanliness, and the table laden with food. Even though he had felt the lack of his parents' care, Uncle Daniel's home now seemed a place filled with love and kindness. It was a sharp contrast to his current situation, where no one seemed to care about him at all, not even enough to scold him. He was thoroughly homesick and sincerely wished he was back in his old hometown. While washing his face in the brook, he saw some boys who had come from town to get their first look at the circus. He noticed at once that he was the object of their admiration. He heard one of the boys say when they first spotted him,
"There's one of them, and he's only a little fellow, so I'm going to talk to him."
The boy's obvious admiration pleased Toby. This was the only source of comfort he had felt since he started his new life. He hoped they would come and talk with him. To give them the chance, he purposely took his time finishing his washing. The boys approached him shyly, as if unsure if he was made of the same stuff as them. When they got closer, they saw he was just washing his face like any normal boy would. The one who had drawn attention to Toby then said, a little timidly,
"Hello." "Hello?"
Toby replied, in a tone meant to invite confidence.
"Do you belong to the circus?"
"Yes,"
Toby said, a little doubtfully. The boys stared at him again, as if he were one of the strange animals. The one who had been the spokesman took a long, envious breath and said longingly,
"Goodness, what a nice time you must have."
Toby remembered that just yesterday he himself had thought that boys must have a nice time with a circus. Now he realized what a mistake that thought had been. But he decided not to tell his new acquaintance the truth.
"And do they give you frogs to eat so as to make you flexible?"
This was the first time Toby had thought of breakfast. The mere mention of eating made him hungry. Toby was so hungry at that moment that he didn't realize he was answering the question when he quickly said,
"Eat frogs. I could eat anything if I only had the chance."
The boys took this as an answer to their question. They were convinced that the agility of circus riders and tumblers depended on the quantity of frogs eaten, and they looked upon Toby with great awe. Toby might have corrected their misunderstanding about what he ate. However, just at that moment, the harsh voice of Mr. Joblord was heard calling him, and he hurried away to start his first day's work. Toby's employer was not the same pleasant, kindly-spoken man he had been during their time in Guildford and before the boy was completely under his control. He looked and acted irritable, and it didn't take the boy long to realize he was truly ill-tempered. He scolded Toby severely and used more harsh words than Toby had ever heard in his life. He was angry that the boy hadn't been there to help him, and also that he had been forced to look for him. Toby tried to explain that he had no idea what he was supposed to do. He had been on the wagon he'd been sent to, only leaving it to wash his face. However, the angry man became even more furious.
"Went to wash your face, did you? Do you want to pretend to be a dandy, I suppose, and think that you must dip that speckled face of yours into every brook you come to? I'll quickly cure you of that habit. The sooner you understand that I can't afford to have you wasting your time washing, the better it will be for you."
Toby now grew angry, and not realizing how completely he was in the man's power, he retorted,
"If you think I'm going around with a dirty face, even if it is speckled, for $1 a week, you're mistaken, that's all. How many people would eat your candy if they knew you handled it before washing your hands?"
Oh ho! I've picked up a preacher, have I? Now I want you to understand, my bantam, that I do all the preaching as well as the practicing myself, and this is about the quickest way I know of to make you understand it.
As the man spoke, he grabbed the boy by the coat collar with one hand. With the other, he forcefully struck him with a thin rubber cane on every part of Toby's body he could reach. Every blow caused the poor boy intense pain. He was determined that his tormentor should not have the satisfaction of making him cry out, so he closed his lips so tightly that no sound escaped. This very silence enraged the man so much that he doubled the force and speed of his blows. It is impossible to say what the consequences might have been had not Ben come that way just then and changed the situation.
"Up to your old tricks of whipping the boys, are you, Job?"
Ben said, as he wrestled the cane from the man's hand and held him off at arm's length to prevent him from harming Toby further. Mr. Lord struggled to free himself. He insisted that since the boy was in his employ, he should be able to do with him as he saw fit.
"Now look here, Mr. Lord,"
said Ben, as gravely as if he were delivering some profound piece of wisdom.
"I've never interfered with you before, but now I'm going to stop your practice of beating your boy every morning before breakfast. Just tell this youngster what you want him to do, and if he doesn't do it, you can fire him. If I hear of you hitting him again, I will deal with your case immediately. Do you hear me?"
Ben shook the now terrified candy vendor as if he were a child. Then he released him, saying to Toby,
"Now, my boy, you attend to your business properly, and I'll deal with him if he tries that beating game again."
"You see, I don't know what I'm supposed to do,"
sobbed Toby. Ben's kind intervention had made him show more emotion than Mr. Lord's blows ever had.
"Tell him what he must do,"
said Ben sternly.
I want him to wash the tumblers and organize the items in that green box so we can start selling as soon as we get into town,
snarled Mr. Lord. He motioned toward a large green chest that had been taken out of one of the carts. Toby saw it was filled with dirty glasses, spoons, knives, and other utensils, the kind needed for the business. Toby got a pail of water from the brook, searched and found towels and soap, and devoted himself to his work. He worked with such industry that Mr. Lord couldn't hold back a grunt of satisfaction as he passed him, despite his anger that he couldn't give Toby the whipping he felt would calm his ruffled temper. By the time the procession was ready to start for town, Toby had done as much work as he could find was necessary. His master, in his surly way, partially admitted that this last boy of his was better than any he had had before. Although Toby had done his work so well, he was far from feeling happy. He was both angry and sad as he thought of the cruel blows he had received. He had plenty of time to regret the rash step he had taken, though he couldn't clearly see how to escape his situation. He thought he couldn't go back to Guildford, for Uncle Daniel would not allow him back in his house. Hot, scalding tears ran down his cheeks as he realized he was homeless and friendless in this great, big world. While he was in this frame of mind, the procession, all colourful with flags, streamers, and banners, entered the town. Under different circumstances, this would have been a very delightful day for him. The entrance of a circus into Guildford had always been a source of a whole day's solid enjoyment. But now he was the most miserable and unhappy boy in the entire crowd. He did not ride throughout the entire procession. Mr. Lord was eager to start business, so as soon as they reached the circus grounds, the wagon with Mr. Lord's goods was driven into the enclosure. Toby's workday then began. He had to bring water, cut lemons, and carry fruit from the booth inside the big tent to the outside booth. He worked until he was ready to drop from fatigue. Having had no time for breakfast, he was also extremely hungry. It was nearly noon before he was allowed to go to the hotel for something to eat. Ben's earlier advice to be one of the first to reach the tables was unnecessary that day. In the eating line, Toby surprised the servants, the company members, and even himself. By the time he finally got up from the table, with both his pockets and his stomach completely full, the tables had been set and cleared away twice while he was still eating his one meal.
"Well, I guess you didn't hurry yourself much,"
said Mr. Lord when Toby returned to the circus grounds.
"Oh, yes, I did. I ate just as fast as I could."
A satisfied smile spread across the boy's face as he thought of how much solid food he had eaten. This answer was not likely to make Mr. Lord feel any more pleased with his new clerk. He showed his anger very plainly as he spoke.
"It must take a good deal to satisfy you."
"I suppose it does,"
calmly replied Toby.
"Sam Merrill used to say that I took after Aunt Olive and Uncle Daniel. One ate for a long time, and the other ate very fast."
Toby could not understand what Mr. Lord said in reply. However, he understood that his employer was angry at somebody or something, so he tried unusually hard to please him. Toby talked to the boys who had gathered around, encouraging them to buy. He washed the glasses as fast as they were used and tried to keep the flies away. In every way he could think of, he tried to please his master. Chapter 5. The Counterfeit 10-cent Piece. When the doors of the big tent opened, people began to crowd in, just as Toby had seen them do at Guildford. Mr. Lord announced to his young clerk that it was time for him to go into the tent to work. Toby then learned for the first time that he had 2 masters instead of 1, and this knowledge caused him considerable uneasiness. If the other master was anything like Mr. Lord, Toby's situation would be twice as bad. He began to wonder if he could even tolerate it for 1 day longer. As the boy walked through the tent on his way to the candy stand, he was about to begin the duties for which he had run away from home. He wanted to stop for a moment and speak with the old monkey, who he thought had taken such an interest in him. But when he reached the cage where his friend was housed, there was such a crowd around it. It was impossible for him to get close enough to speak without being overheard. This disappointment brought tears to Toby's eyes. In another moment, they would have rolled down his cheeks if his aged friend hadn't happened to look his way. Toby imagined the monkey looked at him in a friendly way. Then he was certain the monkey winked. Toby was sure about that wink. It seemed meant to comfort him in his troubles. He winked back at the monkey with a serious, strong gesture, then continued on his way, feeling greatly comforted. The work inside the tent was far different and much harder than the work outside. He had to carry trays of candy, nuts, and lemonade among the audience. He was also expected to loudly announce what he was selling. Mr. Lord's partner, who managed the stand inside the tent, proved to be no better or worse than Mr. Lord himself. When Toby first reported for work, the partner handed him a tray of lemonade glasses and told him to walk through the audience, calling out,
"Here's your nice cold lemonade, only 5 cents a glass."
Toby began to do as he was told. But when he tried to repeat the words loudly, they caught in his throat, and he found it nearly impossible to speak above a whisper. It felt as if everyone in the audience was staring at him, and the sound of his own voice frightened him. He walked around the entire tent once without selling anything. When he returned to the stand, he was immediately convinced that one of his masters was just as bad as the other. This man, whose name Toby learned was Jacobs because he heard someone call him that, very kindly told him he would break every bone in his body if he didn't sell something. Toby fully believed he would carry out his threat. With a heavy heart, Toby started his rounds again, obeying Mr. Jacobs's angry command. This time, he managed to cry out the words he'd been told to repeat, though his voice was very thin and squeaky. This time, perhaps because of his pitiful, pleading look, and certainly not because of the noise he made, he had good luck. He sold every glass of the mixture that Messrs. Lord and Jacobs called lemonade, and went back to the stand for more. He certainly thought he had earned a word of praise, and fully expected it as he put the empty glasses and money on the stand in front of Mr. Jacobs. Instead of kind words, he was greeted with a volley of angry words. The reason was that he had taken a lead 10-cent piece as payment for 2 of the glasses. After scolding poor little Toby to his heart's content, Mr. Jacobs vowed that the amount should be kept from his first week's wages. He then handed back the coin, with orders to give it to the first man who gave him money to change. He threatened Toby with a severe whipping if he failed to do so. Poor Toby tried to explain matters.
You see, I don't know anything about money. I never had more than a cent at a time, and you mustn't expect me to learn everything at once.
I'll teach you with a stick if you do it again,
said Mr. Jacobs.
and it won't be good for you if you bring that 10-cent piece back here.
Now Toby was very well aware that passing the coin, knowing it to be fake, would be a crime. He resolved to face the consequences Mr. Jacobs had implied if he could not find the one who had given him the counterfeit and persuade him to give him real money instead. He remembered very clearly where he had sold each glass of lemonade. He retraced his steps, glancing at each face carefully as he passed. At last, he was confident that he saw the man who had gotten him into such trouble. He climbed up the board seats, and as he stood in front of the man and held out the coin, he said,
"Mister, this money that you gave me is bad. Won't you give me another one for it?"
The man was a rough-looking fellow who had taken his girl to the circus. He did not seem at all disposed to pay any heed to Toby's request. Therefore Toby repeated it, this time more loudly.
"Get out of the way,"
said the man angrily.
"How can you expect me to see the show if you stand right in front of me?"
"You'll like it better,"
said Toby earnestly,
"if you give me another 10-cent piece."
"Get out and don't bother me,"
was the angry reply. The little fellow began to think that perhaps he would be obliged to get out without getting his money. It was becoming a desperate situation. The man was growing angry very quickly, and if Toby did not succeed in getting good money for the bad, he would have to face the consequences Mr. Jacobs had spoken of.
"Please, mister,"
he said imploringly, for his heart began to grow very heavy, and he was fearing that he would not succeed.
"Won't you please give me the money back? You know you gave it to me, and I'll have to pay it if you don't."
The boy's lip was quivering, and those around began to take interest in the affair. Several people nearby voiced their indignation that a man would try to cheat a boy out of 10 cents by giving him fake money. The man Toby was speaking to was about to dismiss him with an angry reply when he saw that those about him were not only interested in the matter, but were evidently taking sides with the boy against him. Knowing well that he had given the fake money, he took another coin from his pocket and, handing it to Toby, said,
"I didn't give you the coin, but you're making such a fuss about it. So here's 10 cents to make you keep quiet."
"I'm sure you did give me the money,"
said Toby as he took the extended coin.
"and I'm very grateful to you for taking it back. I didn't want to tell you before, because you would have thought I was begging. But if you hadn't given me this, I expect I would have received a terrible whipping, for Mr. Jacobs said he would punish me if I didn't get the money for it."
The candy vendor looked quite sheepish as he put the bad money in his pocket. Toby's innocently told story sparked such sympathy among those nearby that the vendor not only sold his entire stock immediately, but also received 25 cents for himself from one gentleman. Toby was both proud and happy as he returned to Mr. Jacobs with empty glasses and the money to cover the loss caused by the counterfeit coin. However, Mr. Lord's partner in the candy business had no words of encouragement for the boy who was trying so hard to please.
Let that make you keep your eyes open,
Mr. Jacobs growled sullenly.
And if you get caught in that trap again, you won't be let off so easily.
Poor little Toby. His heart felt like it would break, but his short experience had already taught him there was only one thing to do: work as hard as possible. He had to trust that good fortune would help him escape the very unpleasant situation he had voluntarily gotten himself into. He took the basket of candy that Mr. Jacobs handed him and trudged around the circular seating area. He sold much more due to the pitiable expression on his face than the quality of his products, and even this turned out to be a disadvantage for him. Mr. Jacobs was shrewd enough to understand why his little clerk sold so many goods. Each time Toby returned to the stand, Mr. Jacobs would say something to him in an angry tone. This had the effect of deepening the gloom on the boy's face, while simultaneously boosting sales. By the time the performance was over, Toby had $1.25 in his pocket. This money had been given to him by some of the kind-hearted members of the audience. He kept his hand almost constantly on it, feeling the money was like a kind friend who would help him out of his current troubles. After the audience had left, Mr. Jacobs put Toby to work washing the glasses and generally tidying up. Then the boy started toward the other part of the store, the one supervised by Mr. Lord. No one but the watchman was in the tent. As Toby went towards the door, he saw his friend the monkey sitting in one corner of the cage, seemingly watching his every move. It was as if he had suddenly seen one of his friends from home. Toby, with a shout of delight, ran up to the cage and put his hand through the wires. The monkey, in the gravest possible manner, took one of Toby's fingers in his paw, and Toby shook hands with him very earnestly.
"I was sorry that I couldn't speak to you when I went in at lunchtime,"
Toby said, as if apologizing.
"You see, there were so many people around to see you that I didn't get a chance. Did you see me wink at you?"
The monkey made no reply, but he twisted his face into such a funny little grimace that Toby was quite as well satisfied as if he had spoken.
"I wonder if you aren't some relation to Steve Stubbs,"
Toby continued earnestly.
"You look just like him, only he doesn't have quite so many whiskers. What I wanted to say was that I'm terribly sorry I ran away. I used to think that Uncle Daniel was bad enough, but he was a perfectly good Samaritan compared to what Mr. Lord and Mr. Jacobs are. When Mr. Lord looks at me with that crooked eye, I feel it deep in my bones."
Toby then put his mouth nearer to the monkey's head and whispered,
"Do you know, I'd run away from this circus if I could get the chance, wouldn't you?"
Just at this point, as if in answer to the question, the monkey stood up on his hind feet and reached out his paw to the boy, who seemed to think this was his way of being more emphatic in saying,
"Yes."
Toby took the paw in his hand, shook it again earnestly, and said as he released it,
"I was pretty sure you felt just about the same way I did, Mr. Stubbs, when I passed you at lunchtime."
Toby then took the money from his pocket which had been given him.
"Look here,"
he said.
"I got all that this afternoon, and I'll try and manage somehow until I get as much as $10. Then we'll run away some night and go far away, out west. We'll stay there too."
The monkey, probably tired from remaining in one position for so long, started towards the top of the cage, chattering and screaming as he joined the other monkeys who had gathered in a little group in one of the swings.
"Now see here, Mr. Stubbs,"
Toby said in alarm.
"You mustn't tell everybody about it, or Mr. Lord will know, and then we'll be caught for sure."
The monkey sat quietly in the swing, as if he felt reproved by what the boy had said. Toby was considerably relieved by his silence. As he started toward the door, he said,
"That's right. Mum's the word. You keep quiet, and so will I, and pretty soon we'll get away from the whole crowd."
All the monkeys chattered. Toby, believing that everything he had said was understood by the animals, went out the door to meet his other taskmaster. Chapter 6. A Tenderhearted Skeleton.
"Now then, lazy one,"
was Mr. Lord's warning cry as Toby came out of the tent.
"If you've fooled away enough of your time, you can come here and mind the shop for me while I go to supper. You stuffed yourself at lunchtime, and it will teach you a good lesson to go without anything to eat tonight. It will make you move around more lively in the future."
Instead of growing accustomed to such treatment from his employers, Toby's heart became more sensitive with each brutal word. This last punishment, losing his supper, caused the poor boy more sorrow than physical blows would have. Mr. Lord started for the hotel as he finished his cruel speech. Poor little Toby went behind the counter, leaned his head upon the rough boards, and cried as if his heart would break. All the imagined brightness and pleasure of a circus life had vanished, replaced by the bitterness of remorse. He realized he had repaid Uncle Daniel's kindness with the ingratitude of running away. Toby thought that if he could only nestle his little red head on the pillows of his bed, in that rough room at Uncle Daniel's, he would be the happiest and best boy in the entire world. While he was still sobbing at a furious pace, he heard a voice close at his elbow. Looking up, he saw the thinnest man he had ever seen in his life. The man wore flesh-colored tights and a spangled red velvet garment. It was neither pants, because it had no legs, nor a coat, as it didn't extend above his waist. This garment made up the remainder of his costume. Because he was so wonderfully thin, because of the costume he wore, and because of a highly colored painting hanging in front of one of the small tents, Toby knew the living skeleton was before him. His big brown eyes opened even wider as he gazed at him.
"What is the matter, little fellow?"
asked the man in a kindly tone.
"What makes you cry so? Has Job been up to his old tricks again?"
I don't know what his old tricks are,
Toby sobbed, tears flowing again because of the sympathy in the man's voice.
but I know that he's a mean, unpleasant person. That's what I know. If I could only get back to Uncle Daniel, there aren't enough elephants in all the circuses in the world to pull me away from there again.
"Oh, you run away from home, did you?"
Yes, I did.
Sobbed Toby.
And there isn't any boy in any Sunday school book that I've ever read who was half as sorry for being bad as I am. It's terrible. And now I can't have any supper because I stopped to talk with Mr. Stubbs.
"Is Mr. Stubbs one of your friends?"
asked the skeleton, as he seated himself in Mr. Lord's own private chair.
Yes, he is. And he's the only one in this whole circus who appears to be sorry for me. You'd better not let Mr. Lord see you sitting in that chair, or he'll cause trouble.
"Job won't cause any trouble with me,"
said the skeleton.
"But who is this Mr. Stubbs? I don't seem to know anybody by that name."
I don't think that is his name. I only call him that because he looks so much like a fellow I know who is named Stubbs.
This satisfied the skeleton that this Mr. Stubbs must be someone attached to the show. He then asked,
"Has Job been whipping you?"
No. Ben, the driver on the wagon where I ride, told him not to do that again. But he isn't going to let me have any supper because I was so slow about my work, though I wasn't really slow. I only talked to Mr. Stubbs when there wasn't anybody around his cage.
"Sam! Sam! Samuel!"
This name, shouted twice in a quick, loud voice, and the third time slowly, almost ending in a screech, did not come from Toby or the skeleton. It came from an enormously large woman. She was dressed in a gaudy red and black dress. She had just emerged from the tent where the picture of the living skeleton hung.
"Samuel,"
she screamed again.
"come inside this minute or you'll catch your death of cold. Then I'll have you wheezing around with a severe cough all night. Come in, Samuel."
"That's her,"
said the skeleton to Toby, pointing his thumb towards the fat woman and paying no attention to her outcry.
"That's my wife Lily, and she's the fat woman of the show. She's always yelling after me that way the minute I get out for a little fresh air, and she's always saying just the same thing. Bless you. I never have a severe cough, but she does awfully. I suppose because she's so large, she can't feel all over her and thinks it's me who has it."
Is that your wife?
Toby stammered in astonishment. He looked at the enormously fat woman who stood in the tent door, then at the wonderfully thin man who sat beside him.
"Yes, that's her,"
said the skeleton.
"She weighs nearly 400 pounds, though of course the show cards say it's over 600. And she earns almost as much money as I do. Of course, she can't get quite as much, because skeletons are much scarcer than fat people. But we make a pretty good living traveling together."
"Samuel!"
Again came the cry from the fat woman.
"Are you never coming in?"
"Not yet, my angel,"
said the skeleton placidly. He crossed one thin leg over the other and looked calmly at her.
"Come here and see Job's new boy."
"Your imprudence is wearing me away so that I won't be worth $5 a week to any circus,"
she said impatiently. At the same time, she came toward the candy stand as rapidly as her great size would allow.
"This is my wife Lily, Mrs. Treat,"
said the skeleton with a proud wave of his hand. He rose from his seat and gazed admiringly at her.
"This is my flower, My queen, Mr.
Tyler,
said Toby, supplying the name which the skeleton, or Mr. Treat, as Toby now learned his name was, did not know.
Tyler is my name. Toby Tyler.
Why, what a little chap you are,
said Mrs. Treat. She paid no attention to the awkward little bend of the head which Toby intended for a bow.
How small he is, Samuel.
Yes,
said the skeleton reflectively. He looked Toby over from head to foot, as if mentally trying to calculate his exact height.
He is small, but he's got all the world before him to grow in, and if he only eats enough. There, that reminds me. Job isn't going to give him any supper because he didn't work hard enough.
He won't he?
Exclaimed the large lady savagely.
Oh, he's a precious one, he is. And someday I shall just give him a good shaking up. That's what I'll do. I get completely out of patience with that man's ugliness.
And she'll do just what she says,
said the skeleton to Toby with an admiring shake of the head.
That woman isn't afraid of anybody, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if she did give Job a pretty rough time.
Toby thought as he looked at her that she was large enough to give almost anyone a pretty rough time. However, he did not venture to say so. Toby looked first at her, and then at her very thin husband. The living skeleton told his wife what he had learned about the boy's history. When he finished, she walked away toward her tent.
What a great woman she is,
said the living skeleton, as he watched her disappear inside the tent.
Yes,
said Toby.
She's the greatest I ever saw.
I mean that she's got a great mind. Now you'll see how little she cares for what Job says.
If I were as big as her,
said Toby, with a hint of envy in his voice,
I wouldn't be afraid of anybody.
It isn't so much the size,
said the living skeleton wisely.
It isn't so much the size, my boy, for I can scare that woman almost to death when I feel like it.
Toby looked for a moment at Mr. Treat's thin legs and arms. Then he said, warningly,
I wouldn't feel like it very often if I were you, Mr. Treat, because she might break some of your bones if you didn't scare her enough.
Don't worry about me, my boy. Don't worry about me. You'll see how I manage her if you stay with the circus long enough. Now I often...
Mr. Treat was about to share a family secret with Toby, but Toby wouldn't hear it just then. Mrs. Treat had just emerged from her tent, carrying a large tin plate. It was piled high with a mix of pie, cake, bread, and meat. She placed this in front of Toby. As she did so, she handed him 2 pictures.
There, little Toby Tyler,
she said.
Here's something for you to eat. Even though Mr. Job Lord and his precious partner Jacobs said you shouldn't have any supper.
She continued.
And I've brought you a picture of Samuel and me. We sell them for 10 cents each, but I'm going to give them to you because I like the way you look.
Toby was delighted by the gifts and seemed unsure how to thank her for them. He tried to speak, but at first no words came out. Then he spoke, placing the 2 photographs in the same pocket as his money.
You're very good to me, and when I grow up, I'll give you lots of things. I wasn't terribly hungry, even though I eat a lot, but I did want something.
Bless your dear heart. You certainly will have something to eat,
Mrs. Treat said. She seized Toby, squeezed him close, and kissed his freckled face as kindly as if it had been perfectly fair and white.
You shall eat all you want to. And if you get a stomach ache, as Samuel does sometimes when he's been eating too much, I'll give you some catnip tea from the same dipper I give him his. Samuel is a great eater,
she added in a burst of confidence.
And sometimes I wonder what he does with it all.
Is he?
Exclaimed Toby quickly.
How funny that is! I'm a huge eater. Uncle Daniel used to say that I ate twice as much as I ought to, and it never made me any bigger. I wonder why that is.
I really don't know,
Mrs. Treat said thoughtfully.
And I've wondered about it time and time again. Some people are made that way, and some people are made differently. Now I don't eat enough to keep a chicken alive, yet I grow fatter every day. Don't I, Samuel?
Indeed you do, my love,
said the living skeleton, with great pride in his voice.
But you shouldn't feel bad about it, for every pound you gain makes you worth that much more to the show.
Oh, I wasn't worrying. I was only wondering. But we must go, Samuel, for the poor child won't eat anything while we are here. After you've eaten everything here, bring the plate back to me,
she said to Toby. She took her lean husband by the arm and walked him off toward their own tent. Toby gazed after them for a moment. Then he began to eat the food vigorously that had been so kindly given him. He had eaten some of the food he took from the dinner table while he was in the tent. After that, he had completely forgotten he had any more in his pocket. So, by the time Mrs. Treat had brought him such a generous amount, he was genuinely very hungry. He ate almost all the food that had been brought to him, and the very small quantity that remained he easily put into his pockets. Then he washed the plate thoroughly. Seeing no one around, he decided he could leave the booth just long enough to return the plate. He quickly ran with it into the tent where the thin man and fat woman were. He handed it to her, expressing abundant thanks for her kindness.
Did you eat it all?
She asked.
Well,
Toby hesitated.
There were 2 donuts and a piece of pie left over. I put them in my pocket. If you don't mind, I'll eat them sometime tonight.
You can eat it whenever you want to, and any time you get hungry again, you come right to me.
Thank you, ma'am. I must go now, for I left the store all alone.
Run, then, and if Job mistreats you, just let me know. I'll stop him from causing any trouble.
Toby hardly heard the end of her sentence, so eager was he to get back to the booth. As he quickly emerged from the tent, he received a blow on the ear that sent him sprawling in the dust. He then heard Mr. Job Lord's angry voice say,
"So, the moment my back is turned, you leave the stand to take care of itself, do you? And you run around trying to plot some mischief against me, eh?"
The brute then kicked the prostrate boy twice with his heavy boot.
Please don't kick me again,
Toby pleaded.
I wasn't gone but a minute, and I wasn't doing anything bad.
"You're lying now, and you know it, you young cub,"
the angry man exclaimed as he advanced to kick the boy again.
"I'll let you know who you've got to deal with when you get hold of me."
And I'll let you know who you've got to deal with when you get hold of me,
said a woman's voice. Just as Mr. Lord raised his foot to kick the boy again, the fat woman seized him by the collar. She jerked him back over one of the tent ropes and left him quite as prostrate as he had left Toby.
Now, Job Lord,
the angry woman said as she towered above the thoroughly enraged but thoroughly frightened man.
I want you to understand that you can't hit and beat this boy while I'm around. I've seen enough of your antics, and I'm going to put a stop to them. That boy wasn't in this tent for more than 2 minutes, and he attends to his work better than anyone you have ever had. So make sure you treat him decently. Get up,
she said to Toby, who had not dared to rise from the ground.
And if he offers to strike you again, come to me.
Toby scrambled to his feet and ran to the booth to serve a few customers who had just arrived. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mr. Lord had also stood up and was having an angry conversation with Mrs. Treat. Toby greatly feared this would lead to another, even worse, whipping for him. But Toby was wrong. After the conversation ended, Mr. Lord came to the booth and started working without saying a word to Toby. When Mr. Jacobs returned from his supper, Mr. Lord took him by the arm and led him behind the tents. Toby was certain he was the topic of their discussion, which made him quite anxious. Mr. Lord did not return until it was almost time for the performance to begin. He had nothing to say to Toby except to tell him to go into the tent and start his work there. The boy was very glad to escape so easily, and he went to his work with as much eagerness as if he were about to enjoy something pleasant. When he met Mr. Jacobs spoke to him very sharply about being late. He seemed to think it no excuse that Mr. Lord had just relieved him from the outside work. Chapter 7. An Accident and Its Consequences. Toby's evening experience was very similar to his afternoon experience, except that he was fortunate enough not to take any counterfeit money in payment for his goods. Mr. Jacobs scolded and cursed alternately. The boy actually surprised him with his selling skills, though Mr. Jacobs was very careful not to say anything about it. Instead, he made Toby believe he was only doing about half as much work as he should have. Toby's private hoard of money increased by 90 cents in presents that evening, and he began to look upon himself as almost a rich man. When the performance was nearly over, Mr. Jacobs called him to help pack up. By the time the last spectator had left the tent, the worldly possessions of Messrs. Lord and Jacobs were ready to leave. Toby was allowed to do as he wished, as long as he was ready when old Ben was prepared to start. Toby thought he would have time to visit his friends, the living skeleton and the fat woman. So he headed towards where their tent had been, but to his disappointment it was already being taken down. He only had time to thank Mrs. Treat and shake the skeletal hand of her slender husband as they climbed into their wagon to drive away. He was disappointed. He had hoped to speak with his new friends for a few moments before the long night's ride began. Since he couldn't, he hurried back to the monkey's cage. Old Ben was there, getting things ready to leave. The wooden sides of the cage hadn't been put up yet, and Toby easily called the old monkey to the bars. He held one of the fat woman's doughnuts in his hand and said, as he passed it through to the animal,
I thought perhaps you might be hungry, Mr. Stubbs. This is some of what the skeleton's wife gave me. I don't have much time to talk with you now, but the first chance I get away tomorrow, when no one is around, I want to tell you something.
The monkey had taken the doughnut in his hand-like paws. He was tearing it to pieces, eating small portions very rapidly.
Don't rush yourself,
said Toby as a warning.
For Uncle Daniel always told me the worst thing a person could do was to eat fast. If you want any more after we start, just put your hand through the little hole up there near the seat, and I'll give you all you want.
From the look on his face, Toby believed the monkey was about to reply. But just then, Ben closed the sides, separating Toby and Mr. Stubbs, and the order was given to start. Toby climbed onto the high seat, and Ben followed him. Moments later, the team was moving slowly down the dusty road, preceded and followed by many wagons with their tiny swinging lights.
Well,
said Ben when his team was moving steadily, and he felt he could chat a little.
How did you get along today?
Toby told him everything he had done and gave the driver an accurate account of all that had happened to him. He concluded his story by saying,
That was one of Mrs. Treat's doughnuts that I just gave to Mr. Stubbs.
To whom?
Asked Ben, surprised.
To Mr. Stubbs, the old fella here in the cart, who's been so good to me.
Toby heard a gurgling sound and saw the driver's body sway back and forth in a trembling motion. He was just getting quite alarmed when he remembered the previous night and understood that Ben was only laughing in his own peculiar way.
How did you know his name was Stubbs?
Asked Ben, after he had recovered his breath.
Oh, I don't know that is his real name,
was the quick reply.
I only call him that because he looks so much like a person with that name that I knew at home. He doesn't seem to mind that I call him Stubbs.
Ben looked at Toby earnestly for a moment, looking as if he wanted to laugh again but didn't dare, fearing he might burst a blood vessel. Then he patted Toby on the shoulder and said,
Well, you are the most unusual person I've ever seen in all my travels. You seem to think that monkey understands everything you say to him.
I'm sure he does,
said Toby positively.
He doesn't say anything directly to me, but he knows everything I tell him. Do you suppose he could talk if he tried?
Look here, Mr. Toby Tyler.
Ben turned half around in his seat and looked Toby directly in the face, emphasizing his words.
Are you silly enough to think that monkey could talk if he wanted to?
I know I haven't been a heathen,
said Toby thoughtfully.
If I had been, some missionaries would have discovered me a long time ago. But I've never seen anyone like this old Mr. Stubbs before, and I thought he could talk if he wanted to, just like the living skeleton or his wife. Anyway, Mr. Stubbs winked at me, How could he do that if he didn't know what I've been saying to him?
Look here, my son,
said Ben in a most fatherly fashion.
Monkeys aren't anything but beasts. They don't know how to talk, and they don't understand what you say to them.
Didn't you ever hear any of them speak a word?
Never. I've been in a circus, man and boy, for nearly 40 years. I've never seen anything in a monkey more than any other beast, except their awful mischievousness.
Well,
said Toby, still unconvinced.
I believe Mr. Stubbs knows what I say to him anyway.
Now don't be foolish, Toby,
pleaded Ben.
You can't show me one thing that a monkey ever did because you told him to.
Just at this moment, Toby felt someone pulling at the back of his coat. Looking around, he saw a little brown hand reaching through the bars of the ventilation hole in the cage. It was tugging at his coat.
There,
he said triumphantly to Ben.
Look there. I told Mr. Stubbs if he wanted anything more to eat to tell me, and I would give it to him. Now you can see for yourself that he's come to get it.
Toby took a donut from his pocket and put it into the tiny hand, which was immediately withdrawn.
Now what do you think of Mr. Stubbs knowing what I say to him?
They often stick their paws up through there,
said Ben in a matter-of-fact tone.
I've had them pull my coat in the night until they made me as nervous as any old woman. You see, Toby, my boy, monkeys are monkeys. You mustn't get the idea that they're anything else, for it's a mistake. You think this old monkey in here knows what you say? Why, that's just the cleverness of the old fella. He watches you to see if he can't do just as you do, and that's all there is to it.
Toby was more than half convinced that Ben was putting the matter in its correct perspective. He would have believed all that had been said if, just at that moment, he had not seen that brown hand reaching through the hole to clutch him again by the coat. The action seemed so natural, so much like a hungry boy groping in a dark pantry for food, that Ben would have needed more arguments than he had to persuade Toby that Mr. Stubbs couldn't understand everything said to him. Toby put another donut in the outstretched hand, and then sat silently, lost in thought, as if pondering a difficult problem. For some time, the ride continued in silence. Ben went through all the motions of whistling without making a sound, a favourite pastime of his. Toby's thoughts, however, were far away in the humble home he had rejected, with Uncle Daniel, whose good qualities had grown in his estimation with every mile that separated them, and whose flaws had diminished proportionately. Toby's deep thoughts made him sleepy, and his eyes were almost closed in slumber when he was startled by a crashing sound. He felt himself hurled from his seat by some great force, and then lay senseless by the side of the road. The wagon became a complete wreck, and a small army of monkeys escaped from it. Ben's experienced ear had told him at the first crash that his wagon was breaking down. Without time to warn Toby of the danger, he had leaped clear of the wreckage, keeping his horses under perfect control and thus preventing further trouble. It was the breaking of one of the axles that Toby had heard just before he was thrown from his seat, as the wagon body slammed onto the hard road. The monkeys, suddenly freed from confinement, scampered off in every direction. By a strange coincidence, Toby's aged friend, Mr. Stubbs, headed for the woods in such a way that he came directly upon the boy's unconscious form. When the monkey reached Toby, it stopped, driven by the well-known curiosity of its species, and began to carefully examine the boy. It pried into his pockets and tried to open his half-closed eyelids. Fortunately for Toby, he had fallen onto a mud bank and was only temporarily stunned, having received no serious bruises. The monkey's actions helped bring him back to his senses. After he looked around in the grey light of the coming morning, it would have taken a far greater philosopher than old Ben to persuade the boy that monkeys didn't possess reasoning abilities. The monkey was busy at Toby's ears, nose, and mouth, as monkeys often do when they get the chance, and its face had the gravest possible expression. Toby firmly believed that the monkey's face showed sorrow at his fall, and he imagined that its attentive actions were meant to discover whether he had been injured or not.
Don't worry, Mr. Stubbs,
Toby said, eager to reassure his friend as he sat upright and looked around.
I didn't get hurt at all, but I would like to know how I got way over here."
It seemed as if the monkey was pleased to know his little friend was not hurt. He sat on his haunches, and his face showed great pleasure that Toby was well again. At least, that was how the boy interpreted the look. Meanwhile, word of the accident had spread from one team to the next. Everyone was rushing to the scene to help. As Toby saw them coming, he also noticed several small figures, looking like tiny men, hurrying past him. For the first time, he understood how the old monkey had gotten free. He realized those small, dark figures were the other monkeys from the cage, escaping into the woods.
"Look, Mr. Stubbs! Look!"
he exclaimed, pointing toward the fleeing animals.
"They're all going off into the woods! What shall we do?"
The sight of the runaways excited the old monkey as much as it did the boy. He sprang to his feet, chattering excitedly, screamed 2 or 3 times as if calling them back, and then started off in fast pursuit.
"Now he's gone too,"
Toby said sadly, believing the old fellow had run away from him.
"I didn't think Mr. Stubbs would treat me this way."
Chapter 8. Capture of the Monkeys. The boy tried to get to his feet, but his head spun, and he felt so dizzy and sick from the fall that he had to sit down again until he felt strong enough to stand. The crowd around the wagon paid him no mind, so he lay there quietly. Then he heard Mr. Lord's hateful voice asking if his boy was hurt. The sound of his voice affected Toby much like a fever, and chills would a sick person. He shook with such fear, and his heart beat so loudly that he thought Mr. Lord would surely hear him. However, when he saw that his employer wasn't coming straight toward him, he suddenly realized this was a good chance to run away. He acted immediately. He rolled himself in the mud until he reached a clump of low fir trees by the road. Under their friendly shade, he got to his feet and walked swiftly towards the woods, following the path the monkeys had taken. He no longer felt dizzy and sick. The fear of Mr. Lord had dispelled all that, and he felt strong and active again. He had walked rapidly for some distance and was nearly beyond the sound of voices in the road. Then he was startled to see a procession of figures emerge from the trees and come directly toward him. He could not understand what this strange group meant, and it frightened him so much that he tried to hide behind a tree. He hoped they might pass without seeing him. But no sooner had he hidden himself than a strange, shrill chattering came from the front of the group. Toby immediately emerged from his hiding place. He had recognized the peculiar sound as that of the old monkey who had left him a few moments before. He now understood what he hadn't known earlier due to the darkness. The newcomers were the monkeys that had escaped from the cage, and the old monkey, who seemed to have perfect control over them, had overtaken and forced them to return. The old fellow was leading the group, and all were linked hand in hand with each other. This gave the whole crowd a very comical appearance as they came up to Toby, half hopping, half walking upright, and all chattering and screaming like a crowd of children out for a holiday. Toby stepped toward the noisy crowd, held out his hand seriously to the old monkey, and said with deep sorrow,
"I felt terrible because I thought you had gone off and left me when you went off to find the other fellows. You're very good, Mr. Stubbs. Now, instead of running away, as I was going to do, we'll all go back together."
The old monkey grasped Toby's extended hand with his free paw. Clinging firmly to it, the whole crowd followed in an unbroken line, chattering and scolding very excitedly. Every now and then, Mr. Stubbs would look back and scream out something, which would cause the confusion to stop for an instant. It was really a comical sight, but Toby seemed to think it the most natural thing in the world that they should follow him in this manner. He chattered to the old monkey as fast as any of the others were doing. He told him very seriously all that he knew about the accident, explained why he had thought of running away, and truly believed that Mr. Stubbs understood every word he was saying. Very shortly after Toby had started to run away, the proprietor of the circus arrived at the scene of the accident. After seeing that the wagon was being rapidly repaired, so that it could be taken to the next town, he ordered a search for the monkeys. It was very important that they be captured at once, and he seemed to think more of the loss of the animals than of the damage done to the wagon. While the men were planning a search for the escaped animals so they could communicate if one was found, the noise made by Toby and his party was heard, and the men stopped to figure out what it meant. The entire group burst into shouts of laughter as Toby and his companions walked into the circle of light from the lanterns. Toby's serious demeanor did nothing to lessen their merriment. The wagon was now standing upright with its door open. Toby therefore led his companions directly to it, gravely motioning them to enter. The old monkey, instead of obeying, stepped back to Toby's side and chattered to the others in such a way that they all entered the cage, leaving him outside with the boy. Toby motioned for him to get in too, but the monkey clung to his hand. He complained so loudly that it was clear he had no intention of leaving his boy companion. One of the men stepped up and was about to force him into the wagon when the candy vendor ordered him to stop.
"What boy is that?"
he asked.
Job Lord's new boy,
said someone in the crowd. The man asked Toby how he had managed to capture all the runaways. Toby answered gravely.
Mr. Stubbs and I are good friends. When he saw the others running away, he just stopped them and brought them back to me. I wish you'd let Mr. Stubbs ride with me. We like each other a lot.
You can do whatever you want with Mr. Stubbs, as you call him. I expected to lose half the monkeys in that cage, and you have brought back every single one. That monkey is yours, and you may put him in the cage whenever you want to, or take him with you, just as you choose, for he belongs entirely to you.
Toby's joy was immense. He put his arm around the monkey's neck, and the monkey clung firmly to him. Even Job Lord was touched by the clear affection between the two. While the wagon was being repaired, Toby and the monkey stood hand in hand, watching the work. Those in the cage scolded and raved because they had been persuaded to return to captivity. After a while, the old monkey seated himself on Toby's arm and snuggled close to him. He occasionally made a contented little squeak as the boy talked to him. That night, Mr. Stubbs slept in Toby's arms inside the bandwagon. Both boy and monkey seemed very content with their situation, which had appeared so difficult just a short time before. When Toby woke up for his second day of work with the circus, his monkey friend was sitting beside him, seriously exploring his pockets. All the boy's treasures were spread out on the wagon floor. Toby scolded him for this betrayal of trust, but Mr. Stubbs was more interested in playing than in serious talk. The more Toby spoke, the more mischievous the monkey became. Eventually, Toby gathered up his small collection of treasures, took the monkey by the paw, and led him to the cage he had escaped from the previous night.
Now, Mr. Stubbs,
said Toby, speaking in an injured tone,
you must go in here and stay until I have more time to play with you.
He opened the door of the cage. The monkey struggled as much as he could, and Toby had to use all his strength to get him inside. Once the door was fastened, Toby tried to teach his monkey friend the importance of being calmer. He was convinced his words had deeply affected Mr. Stubbs's heart. By the time Toby finished speaking, the old monkey was sitting in the corner of the cage, looking up from under his shaggy eyebrows in the most reproachful way possible. Toby felt sorry he had spoken so harshly and was about to apologize for his harshness when Mr. Lord's gruff voice reminded him that his time was not his own. He therefore began his day's work. However, his heart was lighter than it had been since he ran away from Uncle Daniel and Guilford. This day was not very different from the previous one regarding how Mr. Lord and his partner treated the boy. They seemed to think he was only doing about half the work he should, and both constantly berated and abused him. However, Toby's relationships with other members of the company were now much better. Those who had witnessed the scene told others how Toby had led the monkeys in the previous night. Nearly every member of the company had a kind word for the little fellow whose head barely reached above the counter of Messrs. Lord and Jacobs's booth. The dinner party. At noon, Toby was completely exhausted. Whenever anyone spoke kindly to him, Mr. Lord seemed to take cruel delight in giving him extra tasks. Toby even started to wish that no one would pay him any attention. On this day, he was allowed to go to dinner first, and after he returned, he was left in charge of the booth. Business was slow, as it usually was during the dinner hour. Toby had very little work to do after cleaning the glasses and generally tidying things up. When he saw the thin figure of the living skeleton emerge from his tent and approach him, he was particularly pleased. Toby had begun to feel quite fond of the thin man and his large wife.
"Well, Toby,"
said the living skeleton, as he came up to the booth, carefully dusted Mr. Lord's private chair, and sat down very cautiously in it, as if he expected it to break under his weight.
"I hear you've been quite a hero by capturing the monkeys last night."
Toby's freckled face reddened with pleasure as he heard these words. He stammered with considerable difficulty.
I didn't do anything. It was Mr. Stubbs who brought them back.
"Mr. Stubbs!"
The living skeleton laughed so heartily that Toby was afraid he would dislocate some of his thinly covered joints.
"When you were telling about Mr. Stubbs yesterday, I thought you meant someone part of the company. You should have seen my wife Lily shake with laughter when I told her who Mr. Stubbs was."
Yes,
Toby said, at a loss for words.
I should think she would shake when she laughs.
"She does,"
replied the living skeleton, who was also Mr. Treat.
"If you could see her when something funny strikes her, you'd think she was one of those big plates of jelly they have in bake shop windows."
Mr. Treat looked proudly at the gaudy picture that represented his wife in all her fleshy monstrosity.
"She's a great woman, Toby, and she's got a great mind."
Toby nodded in agreement. He would have liked to say something nice about Mrs. Treat. However, he didn't know what to say, so he simply contented himself and the fond husband by nodding.
"She thinks a good deal of you, Toby,"
continued Mr. Treat, as he moved his chair to a position more favorable for him to elevate his feet on the edge of the counter and placed his handkerchief under him as a cushion.
"She's talking about you all the time, and if you weren't such a little fellow, I should begin to be jealous of you. I really would."
You're both very good,
Toby stammered, feeling so overwhelmed by the honor that he was at a loss for words.
"And she wants to see more of you. She made me come out here now, knowing Mr. Lord would be away, to tell you that we're going to have a little friendly dinner in our tent tomorrow. She's cooked it all herself, or she's going to, and we want you to come and have some with us."
Toby's eyes glistened at the thought of the unexpected pleasure. Then his face grew sad as he replied,
I'd like to come very much, Mr. Treat, but I don't suppose Mr. Lord would let me stay away from the shop long enough.
"Why, you won't have any work to do tomorrow, Toby. It's Sunday."
So it is!
the boy exclaimed with a pleased smile as he thought of the day of rest that was so near. Then he quickly added,
And this is Saturday afternoon. What fun the boys at home are having. You see, there isn't any school Saturday afternoon, and all the fellows go out into the woods.
"And you wish you were there to go with them, don't you?"
asked the living skeleton sympathetically.
Indeed I do.
Toby exclaimed quickly.
It's twice as good as any circus that ever was.
"But you didn't think so before you came with us, did you?"
I didn't know so much about circuses then as I do now,
replied the boy sadly. Mr. Treat realized he was touching on a sensitive topic. It was stirring up sad thoughts in his young companion's mind, so he quickly changed the subject.
"Then I can tell Lily that you'll come, can I?"
Oh, yes, I'll be sure to be there, and I want you to know just how good I think you both are to me.
"That's all right, Toby,"
said Mr. Treat with a pleased expression on his face.
"And you may bring Mr. Stubbs with you if you want."
Thank you,
said Toby.
I'm sure Mr. Stubbs will be just as glad to come as I shall. But where will we be tomorrow?
"Right here. We always stay over Sunday at the place where we perform on Saturday. But I must be going, or Lily will worry herself sick, fearing I'm somewhere getting cold. She's very careful of me, that woman is. You'll be on hand tomorrow at 1 o'clock, won't you?"
Indeed I will,
said Toby emphatically.
And I'll bring Mr. Stubbs with me too.
With a friendly nod of his head, Mr. Treat, the living skeleton, hurried away to reassure his wife that he was safe and well. He had barely disappeared within the tent when Toby had another caller, his old friend Ben, the driver.
"Well, my boy,"
shouted Ben in his cheery, hearty tones.
"I haven't seen you since you left the wagon so suddenly last night. Were you shaken up much?"
"Oh, no,"
replied Toby.
"You see, I am not very big, and then I landed in the mud, so I escaped pretty easily."
"That's a fact, and you can thank your lucky stars for it too. I've seen grown men get pitched off a wagon that way and break their necks doing it. But has Job told you where you are going to sleep tonight? You know we stay over here until tomorrow."
"I didn't think anything about that, but I suppose I'll sleep in the wagon, won't I?"
"You can sleep at the hotel if you want to, but the beds will probably be dirty. If you take my advice, you'll crawl into one of the wagons in the tent."
Ben then explained to him that, after his work was done that night, he would not be expected to report for duty until the time for starting on Sunday night, and concluded his remarks by saying,
"Now you know what your rights are, and don't you let Job impose on you in any way. I'll be around here after you finish work, and we'll bunk in somewhere together."
The arrival of Mr. Lord and Mr. Jacobs ended the conversation. Their appearance marked the beginning of Toby's difficult time. It seemed to him, and with good reason, that these men's main joy in life was to bother him. Neither of them ever spoke a pleasant word to him. If one wasn't giving him difficult work or finding fault, the other surely would. Toby found very little comfort from the moment he started work in the morning until he stopped at night. Toby only had a chance to speak with Mr. Stubbs after the evening performance ended. By then he was so tired that he simply took the old monkey from its cage, nestled him under his jacket, and lay down with him to sleep in the spot old Ben had chosen. The next morning, Mr. Stubbs woke his young master much earlier than Toby would have awakened on his own. The two then went for a short walk before breakfast. They instinctively headed towards the woods. Once they reached the shade of the trees, they both thoroughly enjoyed their freedom. Mr. Stubbs climbed into the trees, swinging from one to another using his tail. He gathered partially ripe nuts, which he threw at his master, tried to catch birds, and generally had a wonderful time. Toby stretched out on the mossy bank, watching his pet's antics. He laughed loudly whenever Mr. Stubbs did something particularly comical. For a while, he completely forgot about the existence of circuses or a man named Job Lord. For Toby, it was a flawless morning. He paid no attention to the time until the sound of church bells warned him how late it was. The bells also reminded him of where he ought to be, where he would be if he were at home with Uncle Daniel. Meanwhile, the old monkey had been trying to get his young master's attention. When his efforts failed, he climbed down from the tree, crept softly up to Toby, and nestled his head under the boy's arm. This small act of devotion seemed to make Toby's grief resurface. He clasped the monkey around the neck, hugged him close to his chest, and sobbed,
"Oh, Mr. Stubbs, Mr. Stubbs, how lonely we are. If we were only at Uncle Dan'l's, we'd be the two happiest people in this whole world. We could play on the hay, or go up to the pasture, or go down to the village. I'd work myself ragged if I could only be there just once more. It was wicked for me to run away, and now I'm paying for it."
He hugged the monkey tightly, swaying his body back and forth, presenting a perfect picture of grief. The monkey didn't understand this sudden change in mood. He cowered whimpering in Toby's arms, looking up into his face and licking the boy's hands whenever he had the chance. It was some time before Toby's grief subsided. Then, still clasping the monkey, he hurried out of the woods toward the town and the now thoroughly hated circus tents. The clocks were just striking 1 as Toby entered the enclosure used by the show as a performance area. Remembering his engagement with the skeleton and his wife, he went directly to their tent. From the odors that greeted him as he entered, it was clear that a substantial feast was being prepared. Toby's keen appetite returned with full force. Even the monkey seemed affected by the smell, for he danced about on his master's shoulder and chattered so much that Toby had to quiet him a little to make him appear respectable. When Toby stepped inside the tent, he was amazed by all the preparations. He looked around in surprise. The stage where the lean man and the fat woman usually performed now held a long table, full of food. Because 8 or 10 chairs were set around it, Toby realized he wasn't the only guest invited to the feast. They had also decorated that end of the tent, near the stage, by hanging 2 or 3 flags and some streamers. The tent poles were also decorated with bright tissue paper. Toby was just noticing all this when the living skeleton came toward him. Clearly pleased, he grabbed Toby's hands with a grip so tight it made him wince.
"It gives me great joy, Mr. Tyler, to welcome you at one of our little home reunions," said the living skeleton. "If one can call a tent, which is moved every day of the week, home."
Toby hardly knew who Mr. Treat referred to when he said,
"Mr. Tyler."
But by the time his hands were released from the bony grasp, he understood that he was the one being addressed. The living skeleton then formally introduced him to the other guests present, who were sitting at one end of the tent and evidently anxiously awaiting the upcoming feast.
"These," said
Mr. Treat, as he waved his hand toward 2 white-haired, pink-eyed young ladies who sat with their arms intertwined around each other's waists and had been eyeing the monkey with some fear,
"are the Miss Cushings, known to the world as the albino children. They earn a large salary and are a very attractive part of our exhibition."
The young ladies stood up simultaneously, as if they were conjoined and unable to act independently of each other, and bowed. Toby made the best bow he was capable of, and the monkey made frantic efforts to escape, as if he would enjoy twisting his paws in their upright hair.
"And this,"
continued Mr. Treat, pointing to a sickly, sour-looking individual who was sitting apart from the others, with his arms folded and looking as if he was counting the seconds before dinner would begin,
"is the wonderful Signor Castro, whose sword-swallowing feats you have surely heard of."
Toby stepped back 1 step, as if overwhelmed by awe at seeing the signor as a regular person. The gentleman who earned his living by swallowing swords then lowered his dignity enough to unfold his arms and present a very dirty-looking hand for Toby to shake. The boy took hold of the outstretched hand, wondering why the signor never used soap and water. Mr. Stubbs, apparently afraid of the sour-looking man, retreated to Toby's shoulder, where he sat chattering and scolding about the introduction. Again the living skeleton waved his hand, and this time he introduced
Mademoiselle Spilletti, the wonderful snake charmer, whose exploits in this country and before the European monarchs had caused the whole world to marvel at her daring.
Mademoiselle Spilletti was an ordinary-looking young lady, about 25 years old. She looked very much as if her name might originally have been Murphy. She too extended a hand for Toby to grasp, but her hand was clean, and she appeared to be a much more pleasant acquaintance than the gentleman who swallowed swords. This ended the introductions. Toby was just looking around for a seat when Mrs. Treat, the fat woman and the hostess of the feast, entered from behind a canvas curtain. The feast was about to begin and already smelled so invitingly. The cooking stove was presumably located behind the curtain. Her sleeves were rolled up, her hair was messy and unkempt, and there were several clear grease marks on the front of her cotton dress. She waited for no formality. She rushed up to Toby, took him in her arms, and gave him such a tight squeeze that it seemed she might break all his bones. She held him in this bear hug for so long that Mr. Stubbs reached his little brown paws over and grabbed her hair. Everyone present, except Signor Castro, rushed forward to free her from the monkey's grasp. Mrs. Treat paid little attention to the hair pulling she had just endured. She held Toby at arm's length so she could look into his face.
"You dear little thing. You were so late that I was afraid you weren't coming. My dinner wouldn't have tasted nearly as good if you hadn't been here to eat some."
Toby hardly knew what to say to this warm welcome. He managed to tell the kind lady that he never intended to miss dinner, and was very glad she wanted him to come. She gave him another hug, but was careful not to let Mr. Stubbs grab her hair again.
"Want you to come, you dear little thing? Of course I wanted you to come, for this dinner was prepared so that you could meet these people here, and so that they could see you."
Toby was completely unsure what to say to this immense compliment, so he said nothing. He patiently accepted the third hug, which was all Mrs. Treat had time to give him. She had to rush behind the canvas screen again, as there were clear sounds of something boiling over on the stove. The living skeleton said, with an air of dignity, waving his hand once more toward the gathered company,
"You'll excuse me, but while introducing you to Mr. Tyler, I had almost forgotten to introduce him to you. This, ladies and gentlemen."
And here he touched Toby on the shoulder, as if he were a living curiosity whose habits and capture he was about to explain to spectators,
"Is Mr. Toby Tyler, of whom you heard on the night when the monkey cage was smashed. He now carries with him the same monkey that was presented to him by the show manager as a mark of respect for his skill and bravery in capturing all the monkeys without a single blow."
By the time Mr. Treat finished his long speech, Toby felt like a wonderful creature the skeleton was exhibiting. He managed to rise to his feet and duck his little red head, imitating bowing before someone. Then he sat down, hugging Mr. Stubbs to hide his embarrassment. One of the albino children came forward. While stroking Mr. Stubbs's hair, she looked so intently at Toby that he couldn't tell which of them she considered the real curiosity, himself or the monkey. So he quickly said, modestly,
"I didn't do much toward catching the monkeys. Mr. Stubbs here did almost all of it, and I only led them in."
There, my boy,"
said the skeleton in a fatherly tone.
"I've heard the whole story from old Ben, and I won't let you get out of it like that. We all know what you did, and it's no use for you to deny any part of it."
Chapter 10. Mr. Stubbs at a Party. Toby was about to say that he did not intend to misrepresent the situation when a voice from behind the canvas screen stopped their conversation.
"Samuel, come and help me carry these things in."
A smile of satisfaction spread across Signor Castro's face when he heard this. It told him that the time for the feast was approaching. The snake charmer, the albino children, and the sword swallower all seemed equally pleased.
"You will excuse me, ladies and gentlemen,"
said the skeleton, in an important tone.
"I must help Lily, and then I shall have the pleasure of helping you to some of her cooking, which, if I may say so myself, and perhaps I shouldn't, is as good as can be found in this whole country."
Then he, too, disappeared behind the canvas screen. Left alone, Toby looked at the ladies, and the ladies looked at him, in perfect silence. The sword swallower watched them all sternly until Mr. Treat reappeared, bearing on a platter an immense turkey. It was as nicely browned as any Thanksgiving turkey Toby had ever seen. Behind him came his fat wife, Mrs. Treat, carrying several dishes. Each dish gave off a most fragrant smell. As these were placed upon the table, the sword swallower's mood seemed to brighten, and he smiled pleasantly. Even the ladies seemed invigorated by the sight and smell of the delicious food they would soon enjoy. Mr. and Mrs. Treat hurried in and out from behind the screen several times. Each time they added something new to the table, until Toby began to fear they would never finish. The sword swallower seemed unable to restrain his impatience. At last the table was set, and the last dish was in place. Then, with a unique grace that only a man as thin as Mr. Treat could display, he advanced to the edge of the platform and said,
"Ladies and gentlemen, nothing gives me greater pleasure than to invite you all, including Mr. Tyler's friend Stubbs, to the generous meal which my Lily has prepared for—"
Mr. Treat's speech, for it certainly seemed as if he had begun to make one, was abruptly cut short. His wife had come up behind him. With as much ease as if he had been a child, she lifted him off the floor and placed him gently in the chair at the head of the table.
"Come right up and get dinner,"
she said to her guests.
"If you had waited until Samuel had finished his speech, everything on the table would have been stone cold."
The guests obeyed her kind invitation. Unfortunately, the sword swallower had no better manners than to jump onto the platform in one bound and seat himself at the table with improper haste. The others, especially Toby, moved in a leisurely and more dignified manner. A seat for Mr. Stubbs had been placed next to Toby's. Mr. Stubbs allowed a napkin to be tied under his chin, and generally behaved in a way that delighted his young master. Mr. Treat cut generous slices of turkey for each guest. Mrs. Treat piled their plates high with all sorts of vegetables. She complained, as many homemakers do, that the food wasn't cooked to her liking, and declared that everything that morning had gone poorly. Yet, in her heart, she firmly believed her table had never looked better. After the company had satisfied their initial hunger, an effect achieved on the sword swallower only after he had been served 3 different times, the conversation began. The fat woman asked Toby how he was getting along with Mr. Lord. Toby couldn't give a very good report of his employer. However, he had the good sense not to spoil the enjoyable gathering by talking about his own problems. So, he said evasively,
I guess I will get along pretty well, now that I have so many friends.
Just as Toby had begun to speak, the living skeleton put a very large piece of turkey into his mouth, much larger in proportion than the skeleton himself. When Toby finished speaking, the living skeleton started to say something that was clearly not very flattering about Mr. Lord, but the company never knew what it was. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the food went down the wrong way. His face became a bright purple, and it was quite evident that he was choking. Toby was alarmed and jumped from his chair to help his friend. In doing so, he knocked Mr. Stubbs from his seat. The monkey scampered up the tent pole, his napkin still tied around his neck, and scolded very loudly. Before Toby could reach the living skeleton, however, the fat woman had rushed toward her thin husband. She caught him by the arm and was pounding his back so vigorously that Toby feared her enormous hand would go right through his fragile, paper-thin frame.
I wouldn't,
said Toby, alarmed.
You might break him.
Don't you get frightened,
said Mrs. Treat, turning her husband completely over and still continuing to thump his back.
He often gets like this. He's such a glutton that he'd try to swallow the turkey whole if he could get it in his mouth, and he's so thin that almost anything sticks in his throat.
I should think you'd break him all up,
said Toby apologetically, as he sat back down at the table.
He doesn't look like he could stand very much of that.
But apparently Mr. Treat could endure much more than Toby gave him credit for. At that moment, he stopped coughing, and his face quickly returned to its natural color. His attentive wife, seeing that he had stopped struggling, lifted him in her arms. She then sat him down in his chair with a force that seemed strong enough to snap his head off.
There,
she said, as he wheezed a little from the shock.
Now see if you can behave yourself and chew your meat as you ought to. One of these days when you're alone, you'll try that trick, and that will be the end of you.
If he would try to do one of my tricks long enough, he'd get so that hardly anything would choke him,
the sword swallower ventured to suggest mildly. He wiped a small stream of cranberry sauce from his chin and laid a well-polished turkey bone by the side of his plate.
I would like to see him try it,
said the fat woman, with a hint of anger in her voice. Then, turning toward her husband, she said emphatically,
Samuel, don't you ever let me catch you swallowing a sword?
I won't, my love, I won't. And I will try to chew my meat more,
replied the very thin glutton in a feeble tone. Toby thought that perhaps the living skeleton might keep the first part of that promise, but he was not quite sure about the last. It required quite a bit of coaxing from both Toby and Mrs. Treat to convince Mr. Stubbs to come down from his high perch. However, the task was finally accomplished, and with the gift of a very large doughnut, he was persuaded to return to his seat at the table. The time had now come for Mr. Treat to assume the duties of a host, at least in his own peculiar way of viewing them. He pushed his chair back a short distance from the table, trying to polish the front of his vest with his napkin. Then he spoke.
I do not want this fact lost sight of, because it is an important one,
he said.
Everyone must remember that we have gathered here to meet and become better acquainted with the latest and best addition to this circus, Mr. Toby Tyler.
Poor Toby. As everyone at the table looked directly at him, and Mrs. Treat nodded her enormous head energetically, as if in complete agreement with her husband, the poor boy's face turned very red, and the squash pie lost its flavor.
Although Mr. Tyler may not be exactly one of us, as he does not belong to the profession, but is only one of its assistants, so to speak,
continued the skeleton, his voice quickly rising to its highest pitch.
We are proud to have him with us after his heroic actions during the accident. We gladly welcome him now through this small feast prepared by my Lily.
The albino children nodded in approval, and the sword swallower grunted in agreement. Encouraged by this, the skeleton continued.
When I say that we like and admire Mr. Tyler, I believe everyone present will agree with me. Everyone would like to hear him say a word for himself.
The skeleton seemed to have expressed the views of those present remarkably well, judging from their expressions of pleasure and agreement. All waited for the honored guest to speak. Toby knew he had to say something, but he couldn't think of a single thing. He repeatedly tried to recall what he had read about how people acted and what they said when expected to speak at a dinner table, but his thoughts wouldn't cooperate. The silence became truly awkward. Finally, with the greatest effort, he managed to say, with a very noticeable stammer, while his face grew very red,
I know I ought to say something to thank you for this big dinner that you said was prepared for me, but I don't know what to say, except to thank you for it. You see, I'm not big enough to say much, and as Uncle Daniel says, I don't amount to very much, except for eating, and I guess he's right. You're all really good to me, and when I grow up to be a man, I'll try to do as much for you.
Toby had risen to his feet when he began his speech. While he was speaking, Mr. Stubbs had crawled over into his chair. When Toby finished, he sat down again without looking behind him, and of course sat right on the monkey. There was a loud outcry from Mr. Stubbs, a little frightened noise from Toby, an instant scrambling, and then the boy, the monkey, and the chair tumbled off the platform, landing on the ground in an indescribable heap. The monkey extricated himself more quickly than Toby could, and once again took refuge on top of the tent pole. Of course, all the guests ran to Toby's aid. The fat woman poked him all over to make sure none of his bones were broken, while the skeleton brushed the dirt from his clothes. All this time, the monkey screamed, yelled, and danced around on the tent pole and ropes as if his feelings had been so shocked that he could never recover.
I didn't mean to end it up that way, but it was Mr. Stubbs's fault,
said Toby, as soon as quiet had been restored, and the guests, with the exception of the monkey, were seated at the table once more.
Of course you didn't,
said Mrs. Treat in a kindly tone.
But don't you feel bad about it one bit, for you ought to thank your good fortune that you didn't break any of your bones.
I suppose I should have,
said Toby soberly, as he looked back at the scene of his disaster, and then up at the chattering monkey that had caused all the trouble. Shortly after this, Mr. Stubbs having again been coaxed down from his lofty position, Toby took his departure, promising to call as often during the week as he could get away from his demanding employers. Just outside the tent, he met old Ben. Ben seemed to be on the verge of another internal laughing spell as he spoke.
Hello! Have the skeleton and his delicate wife been giving you a big meal too?
They invited me in there for dinner,
said Toby modestly.
Of course they did,
replied Ben with a chuckle.
They carry a cooking stove with them so they can give these little spreads whenever we stay over a day in a place. Oh, I've been there.
And did they ask you to make a speech?
Of course. Did they try it on you?
Yes,
said Toby mournfully.
And I tumbled off the platform when I finished.
I didn't do exactly that,
replied Ben thoughtfully.
But I suppose you got too much steam built up, seeing that it was probably your first speech. Now, you'd better go into the tent and try to get a little sleep, because we have a long ride tonight over a rough road, and you won't get more than a catnap all night.
But where are you going?
asked Toby, shifting Mr. Stubbs to his other shoulder, ready to follow his friend's advice.
I'm going to church,
said Ben. Then Toby noticed for the first time that the old driver had made some attempt at dressing up.
I've been with the circus man and boy for almost 40 years, and I always go to church service once on Sunday. It's something I promised my old mother I would do, and I haven't broken my promise yet.
Why don't you take me with you?
Asked Toby wistfully. He thought of the little church on the hill at home, and wished, oh, so earnestly, that he was there then, even at the risk of being hit on the head with Uncle Daniel's book.
If I'd seen you this morning, I would have,
said Ben.
But now you must try to get some sleep for tonight, and next Sunday I'll take you.
With these words, old Ben started off. Toby proceeded to follow his wishes, although he rather doubted the possibility of
bottling up
Benny sleep that afternoon. Toby lay down on top of the wagon. He had just put Mr. Stubbs inside with the others of his group. In moments, the boy was sound asleep, dreaming of a dinner party where Mr. Stubbs made a speech and Toby himself scampered up and down the tent pole. Chapter 11. A Stormy Night. When Toby awoke, it was nearly dark. The bustle around him clearly indicated that it was almost time to leave. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was fully awake. Then he jumped down from his high bed and ran to the cage door to make sure Mr. Stubbs was safe. With that, his preparations for the journey were complete. Toby noticed that each of the drivers wore rubber clothing. After listening for a moment, he learned the reason for their waterproof clothes. It was raining very hard, and Toby realized with dismay that he would have a long ride on top of the monkey's cage with no protection except his ordinary clothes. As he stood by his wagon, wondering how he would manage, old Ben came in. Water poured from Ben's clothes in little streams. He was clear evidence of the wet weather.
"It's a nasty night, my boy,"
said the old driver, in the same cheerful tone he might use to tell Toby it was a beautiful moonlight evening.
"I guess I'll get wet,"
said Toby ruefully, as he looked up at the high seat he was supposed to take.
"Good heavens,"
said Ben, as if the thought had just occurred to him.
"You can't ride outside on a night like this. You wait here, and I'll see what I can do for you."
The old man hurried off to the other end of the tent and returned almost before Toby thought he had time to reach the ring.
"It's all right,"
he said, this time in a gruff voice, as if he were announcing bad news.
"You're to ride in the women's wagon. Come with me."
Toby followed without a question. He was completely confused about what the women's wagon was, for he had never seen anything that looked like one. He soon learned when old Ben stopped in front, or rather at the end, of a long covered wagon. It looked like an omnibus, except it was much longer. The seats inside were divided by padded arms, making them comfortable to lean against.
"Here's the boy,"
said Ben, as he lifted Toby onto the step, gave him a gentle push to signal that he should get inside, and then left him. As Toby stepped inside, he saw that the wagon was nearly full of women and children. Fearing he might take someone else's seat, he stood in the middle of the wagon, not knowing what to do.
"Why don't you sit down, little boy?"
asked one of the ladies. Toby had been standing for nearly 5 minutes, and the wagon was about to start.
"Well?"
said Toby with some hesitation. He looked around at the 2 or 3 empty seats that remained.
"I didn't want to take anyone else's place, and I didn't know where to sit."
"Come right here,"
said the lady, pointing to a seat next to a little girl who didn't look any older than Toby.
"The lady who usually sits there won't be here tonight, and you can have it."
"Thank you, ma'am,"
said Toby. He sat timidly down on the edge of the seat, hardly daring to sit back comfortably. He felt very awkward, but he was glad to be protected from the pouring rain. The wagon started. As everyone talked with their neighbour, Toby felt a deep sense of loneliness. He almost wished he was riding on the monkey cart with Ben, where he could have someone to talk with. He gradually pushed himself back into a more comfortable position. This gave him an opportunity to see more clearly the young girl riding beside him. She was quite as young as Toby, and small for her age. However, an aged look about her face made the boy think of her as an old woman shrunk to fit children's clothes. Toby had looked at her so intently that she noticed him and asked,
"What is your name?"
Toby Tyler.
"What do you do in the circus?"
I sell candy for Mr. Lord.
"Oh, I thought you were a new member of the company."
Toby knew from her tone that he had significantly dropped in her estimation because he wasn't a performer. It was a little while before he ventured to speak. Then he timidly asked,
"What do you do?"
"I ride one of the horses with Mother."
"Are you the little girl who comes out with the lady and 4 horses?"
asked Toby, in awe that he was talking to such a famous person.
"Yes, I am. Don't I do it nicely?"
"Why, you're a perfect little fairy,"
exclaimed Toby, after hesitating a moment to find a word that would perfectly express his idea. The young lady seemed pleased by this praise. Soon the two became good friends, even though Toby's role was no more important than that of a candy seller. She learned from him all about the monkey cage accident and Mr. Stubbs. In return, she told him her name was Ella Mason, though she was called Mademoiselle Jeannette on the bills. After a long conversation, Mademoiselle Jeannette curled up on the seat, rested her head in her mother's lap, and fell asleep. Toby had decided to stay awake and watch her, greatly admiring her face. But sleep overcame him in less than 5 minutes after he made that decision. He sat bolt upright, his small round head nodding and bobbing as if it might fall off. When Toby awoke, the wagon was pulled over to the side of the road. The sun shone brightly, and preparations were being made for their entrance into town. Mr. Job Lord's harsh voice was shouting his name in a tone that promised nothing good for poor Toby when he appeared. Toby would have hesitated before facing his angry employer, but he knew delaying would only make things worse. He mentally prepared himself for the trouble he knew was coming. The little girl he had met the previous night was still sleeping. Wishing to say goodbye to her without waking her, he bent down and gently kissed the hem of her dress. Then he went out to meet his master. Mr. Lord was thoroughly enraged when Toby left the wagon, seeing the boy just as he stepped to the ground. The angry man quickly glanced around to ensure none of Toby's friends were in sight, then grabbed him by the coat collar and began to whip him severely with the small rubber cane he usually carried. Mr. Job Lord lifted the poor boy entirely off the ground. Each blow he struck could be heard almost the whole length of the circus train.
"You've been making so many acquaintances here that you aren't willing to do any work," he said savagely, as he struck even harder.
"Oh, please stop! Please stop!"
shrieked the poor boy in pain.
"I'll do everything you tell me to, if you won't strike me again!"
This pitiful plea had no effect on the cruel man. He continued to whip the boy, despite his cries and pleas, until his arm ached from the effort. Toby's body was covered with angry red marks from the cane.
"Now let's see whether you'll attend to your work or not,"
said the man as he flung Toby from him with such force that the boy staggered, reeled, and nearly fell into the little brook that flowed by the roadside.
"I'll make you understand that all the friends you've sought pity from in this show can't save you from a beating when I get ready to give you one. Now go and do your work that should have been done an hour ago."
Mr. Lord walked away with the proud satisfaction of a man who had achieved a great victory. Toby was limping painfully towards the cart used for transporting Mr. Lord's merchandise. Suddenly he felt a tiny hand slip into his, and he heard a childish voice say,
"Don't cry, Toby. Sometime, when I get big enough, I'll make Mr. Lord sorry that he whipped you as he did, and I'm big enough now to tell him just what kind of a man I think he is."
Looking around, Toby saw his little acquaintance from the previous evening. He tried to force back the big tears that were rolling down his cheeks as he said, in a voice choked with grief,
"You're very kind, and I don't mind the beating when you say you're sorry for me. I suppose I deserve it for running away from Uncle Daniel."
"Did it hurt you much?"
she asked sympathetically.
"It did when he was doing it,"
replied Toby manfully.
"but it doesn't at all now that you've come."
"Then I'll go and talk to that Mr. Lord, and I'll come and see you again after we get into town,"
said the little miss as she hurried away to tell the candy vendor what she thought of him. That day, as on all others since he had joined the circus, Toby went to his work with a heavy heart. Time and again, he counted the money given to him by kind-hearted strangers. He wanted to see if he had enough to justify an attempt to run away. His total treasure was $3.25. As large as that sum seemed to him, he could not convince himself it was enough to get him back to the home he had so wrongly left. Whenever he thought of this home, and of Uncle Daniel who had charitably cared for him, a motherless, fatherless boy, and of returning to it without even as much right as the prodigal son about whom Uncle Daniel had told him, his heart sank. He doubted whether he would be allowed to remain, even if he were fortunate enough to reach Guildford again. For Toby, this day passed much like the others. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't satisfy either of his employers. However, as usual, he met a few kind people who added small gifts of money to his escape fund. Each gift brightened his spirits and made his troubles a little easier to bear. He was equally fortunate throughout the entire week. Each day added something to his fund, and each night it seemed to Toby that he was one day closer to the freedom he so desperately wanted. The living skeleton, the fat woman, old Ben, the albino children, little Ella, and even the sword swallower all offered him a kind word as they passed him while he worked, or saw him as preparations for the grand entrance were being made. Time had passed slowly for Toby, yet Sunday came again, as Sundays always do. On this day, old Ben sought him out, and made him wash his face and hands until they gleamed from cleanliness. Then he took Toby to church. Toby was surprised to find that going to church after being deprived of it was genuinely pleasant. When he returned to the tent at noon, he felt lighter-hearted than he had since leaving Guildford. The living skeleton had invited him to another dinner party, but Toby had declined, agreeing instead to come for supper. He hardly wanted to endure another formal dinner. Besides, he wanted to go off to the woods with the old monkey. There, he could enjoy the forest's silence, which felt like a friend to him because it reminded him of home. Taking the monkey with him as usual, he asked for the nearest way to a grove, and, without waiting for dinner, set off for an afternoon of quiet enjoyment. Chapter 12. Toby's Great Misfortune. The town where the circus stayed over Sunday was small. A brisk 10-minute walk was enough to take Toby into a secluded part of a very dense wood, where he could lie on the mossy ground and truly savor his freedom. As he lay on his back, hands under his head, eyes directed at the tree branches above, birds twittered and sang, and squirrels played fearlessly. The monkey enjoyed himself in his own way, performing all the tricks he knew. He scrambled from tree to tree and swung himself from one branch to another using his tail. He amused both himself and his master until, tired from his efforts, he crept down by Toby's side and lay there in quiet, restful contentment. One reason Toby wanted to be alone that afternoon was to think over an escape plan. He believed he had nearly enough money to make a bold move for freedom and return to Uncle Daniel. Therefore, when the monkey nestled down by his side, Toby was ready to confide in him what had been occupying his busy little brain for the past 3 days.
Mr. Stubbs,
he said to the monkey in a solemn tone,
we're going to run away in a day or two.
Mr. Stubbs did not seem surprised in the least by this startling news. He merely winked his bright eyes, showing no concern. Toby, apparently believing the monkey understood everything, continued.
I've got a good deal of money now, and I guess there's enough for us to start out on. We'll get away some night and stay in the woods until they stop hunting for us. Then we'll go back to Guildford and tell Uncle Daniel that if he'll only take us back, we'll never go to sleep in meeting anymore, and we'll be just as good as we know how. Now let's see how much money we've got.
Toby pulled a small bag of silver from a pocket he had painstakingly sewn into his shirt. He spread the coins on the ground, ready to count them at his leisure. The glittering coins immediately caught the monkey's attention. He tried every way to thrust his little black paw into the pile. However, Toby would not allow it, and roughly pushed him away. Then Mr. Stubbs grew excited, dancing and chattering around Toby's treasure until the boy had difficulty counting it. Toby did succeed, though, and as he carefully put the money back in the bag, he said to the monkey,
"There's $7.30 in that bag, and every cent of it is mine. That ought to take care of us for a good while, Mr. Stubbs, and by the time we get home, we shall be rich men."
The monkey showed his pleasure at this news by putting his hand inside Toby's clothes to find the bag of treasure he had seen hidden there. 2 or 3 times, to the great delight of both himself and the boy, he pulled out the bag, which Toby immediately took back. The shadows were beginning to lengthen in the woods. Heeding this warning of the coming night, Toby took the monkey in his arms and started for home, or for the tent, which was the only place he could truly call home. As he walked, Toby tried to talk to his pet seriously. However, the monkey remembered where he had seen the bright coins hidden and tried so hard to get them that Toby finally lost all patience. He gave the monkey a hard cuff on the ear, which kept him quiet for a time. That night, Toby ate supper with the living skeleton and his wife. He enjoyed the meal, even though it was made from the leftover turkey from the noonday feast, more than he had enjoyed the formal dinner where he had to pay for his food by enduring the agony of making a speech. Toby was the only guest present. Mr. and Mrs. Treat were not only very kind, but also so attentive that he was actually afraid he would eat so much that he'd need some of the catnip tea. Mrs. Treat said she gave her husband when he had been equally foolish. The living skeleton would pile his plate high with turkey bones from one side. The fat woman would heap it up, whenever she could, with all sorts of food from the other, until Toby pushed back his chair, his appetite completely satisfied, as it never had been before. Toby had discussed his employer's temper with his host and hostess. After some extensive conversation, he confided in them his determination to run away.
"I'd hate awfully to have you go,"
said Mrs. Treat thoughtfully.
"but it's much better for you to get away from Job Lord if you can. It wouldn't do to let him know that you had any idea of going, for he'd watch you as a cat watches a mouse and never let you go as long as he saw a chance to keep you. I heard him telling one of the drivers the other day that you sold more goods than any other boy he ever had, and he was going to keep you with him all summer."
"Be careful in what you do, my boy,"
said the living skeleton wisely, as he arranged a large cushion in an armchair and prepared for his after-dinner nap.
"Be sure that you're all ready before you start, and when you do go, get a good ways ahead of him. If he should ever catch you, the beating you'd get would be awful."
Toby assured his friends that he would do everything he could to make his escape successful when he started. Mrs. Treat, thinking of the boy's comfort, said,
"Let me know the night you're going, and I'll fix you up something to eat so you won't be hungry before you come to a place where you can buy something."
As these kind-hearted people talked with him and were ready to aid him in every way they could, Toby thought he had been very fortunate to have made so many kind friends in a place where he was having so much trouble. It wasn't until he heard the sounds of preparation for departure that he left the living skeleton's tent. Then, with Mr. Stubbs clasped tightly to his chest, he hurried over to the wagon, where old Ben was nearly ready to start.
"All right, Toby,"
said the old driver as the boy came into sight.
"I was afraid you were going to keep me waiting for the first time. Jump right up on the box, for there isn't any time to lose. I guess you'll have to carry the monkey in your arms, for I don't want to stop to open the cage now."
"I'd just as soon carry him, and a little rather,"
said Toby, as he climbed onto the high seat and made a comfortable spot in his lap for his pet. In another moment, the heavy team had started, and nearly the entire circus was on the move.
"Now tell me what you've been doing since I left you,"
said old Ben, after they were well clear of the town, and he could trust his horses to follow the team ahead.
"I suppose you've been to see the skeleton and his enormous wife."
Toby gave a clear account of where he had been and what he had done. When he finished, he told old Ben of his decision to run away and asked for his advice on the matter.
My advice,
said Ben, after he had waited some time to give due weight to his words,
is that you get out of this show as soon as you can. This is no fit place for a boy of your age to be, and the sooner you get back where you started from and get to school, the better. But Job Lord will do all he can to keep you from going if he thinks you have any idea of leaving him.
Toby assured Ben, as he had assured the skeleton and his wife, that he would be very careful in all he did and plan everything with the utmost secrecy. Then he asked whether Ben thought the amount of money he had would be enough to get him home.
Well, that depends,
said the driver, slowly.
If you go spreading yourself all over the place, as boys are very apt to do, your money won't go very far. But if you look at your money 2 or 3 times before you spend it, you ought to get back and have $1 or 2 left.
The two talked, and old Ben offered advice until Toby could hardly keep his eyes open. Almost before the driver finished his wise remarks, the boy had stretched himself on top of the wagon, where he had learned to sleep without being shaken off, and was soon in dreamland. The monkey, nestled down snugly in Toby's chest, did not appear to be as sleepy as his master. He popped his head in and out from under the coat, as if watching whether the boy was asleep or not. Toby was awakened by a scratching on his face, as if the monkey was dancing a lively jig on that part of his body, and by a shrill, quick chattering, which caused him to sit upright instantly. He was frightened, though he didn't know why, and looked around quickly to discover the cause of the monkey's excitement. Old Ben was asleep on his box, while the horses jogged along behind the other teams. Toby failed to see anything that should have caused his pet to become so excited.
Lie down and behave yourself,
said Toby as sternly as possible. As he spoke, he took his pet by the collar to make him obey. The moment he did this, he saw the monkey throw something out into the road. The next instant, he also saw that the monkey held something tightly clutched in its other paw. Toby had to exert some effort and move quickly to get hold of that paw and discover what Mr. Stubbs had captured. The instant he succeeded, a cry of sorrow erupted from his heart. This caused old Ben to start up in alarm, and the monkey cowered and whimpered like a whipped dog.
"What is it, Toby? What is the matter?"
asked the old driver. He peered out into the darkness ahead, as if he feared some danger threatened them from that quarter.
"I don't see anything. What is it?"
"Mr. Stubbs has thrown all my money away,"
cried Toby, holding up the almost empty bag. A short time previously, it had been so well filled with silver.
"Stubbs thrown the money away?"
repeated Ben, with a pause between each word, as if he could not understand what he was saying.
"Yes,"
sobbed Toby as he shook out the remaining contents of the bag.
"There is only $50, and all the rest is gone."
"The rest gone?"
again repeated Ben.
"But how did the monkey get the money?"
"He tried to get at it out in the woods, and I suppose the moment I fell asleep, he felt for it in my pockets. This is all there is left, and he threw away some just as I woke up."
Again Toby held the bag up where Ben could see it, and his grief broke out anew. Ben could say nothing. He realized the whole situation. The monkey had gotten the money bag while Toby was sleeping. In its play, it had thrown the money away piece by piece. He knew that this small amount of silver represented freedom in the boy's eyes. He felt that there was nothing he could say that would ease Toby's grief, so he remained silent.
"Don't you suppose we could go back and get it?"
asked the boy, after the intensity of his grief had somewhat subsided.
"No, Toby, it is gone,"
replied Ben sorrowfully.
"You couldn't find it even if it was daylight, and you don't stand a ghost of a chance now in the dark. Don't be so upset, my boy. I'll see if we can't find a way to make it up to you."
Toby paid no attention to Ben's last remark. He hugged the monkey convulsively to his chest, as if seeking consolation from the very one who had caused the disaster. Rocking himself to and fro, he spoke in a voice full of tears and sorrow.
"Oh, Mr. Stubbs, why did you do it? Why did you do it? That money would have gotten us away from this hateful place, and we would have gone back to Uncle Daniel's. where we would have been so happy, you and me. And now, it is all gone. All gone. What made you, Mr. Stubbs? What made you do such a bad, cruel thing? Oh, what made you?
Don't, Toby, don't be so upset,
said Ben soothingly.
There wasn't so very much money there after all, and you'll soon get as much more.
But it won't be for a long while, and we could have been in our good old home long before I can earn that much again.
That's true, my boy, but you must try to be strong and not give in to it so much. Perhaps I can arrange it so the fellows will compensate you. Give Stubbs a good beating, and perhaps that will make you feel better.
That won't bring back my money, and I don't want to whip him,
cried Toby, hugging his pet closer because of this suggestion.
I know what it is to get a whipping, and I wouldn't whip a dog, much less Mr. Stubbs, who didn't know any better.
Then you must try to take it like a man,
said Ben, who could think of no other plan by which the boy might soothe his feelings.
It isn't half so bad as it might be, and you must try to keep a stiff upper lip, even if it does seem hard at first.
It was easy to talk about keeping a stiff upper lip in the face of all his troubles, but Toby couldn't put it into practice. At least not so soon after he learned of his loss. He continued to rock the monkey back and forth, to whisper in his ear now and then, and to cry as if his heart was breaking, for nearly an hour. Ben tried, in his rough, honest way, to comfort him, but without success. It wasn't until the boy's grief had exhausted itself that he would listen to any reasoning. All this time, the monkey had remained perfectly quiet. He submitted to Toby's squeezing without making any effort to get away, behaving as if he knew he had done wrong and was trying to atone for it. He looked up into the boy's face every now and then with such an apologetic expression that Toby finally assured him of forgiveness and begged him not to feel so bad. Chapter 13. Toby attempts to resign his situation. At last it was possible for Toby to speak of his loss with some degree of calmness. Then he immediately began to figure out what he could have done with the money if he had not lost it.
Now see here, Toby,
said Ben earnestly.
Don't go doing anything of that kind. The money's lost, and you can't get it back by talking. So the very best thing for you is to stop thinking what you could do if you had it, and just to look at it as a lost cause.
But,
persisted Toby.
I tell you there are no ifs and buts about it,
said Ben rather sharply.
Stop talking about what's gone, and just start thinking how you'll get more. Do what you want with the monkey, but don't keep brooding over what you can't help.
Toby knew the advice was good, and he struggled bravely to follow it. But it was very hard work. In any case, he couldn't sleep that night. Around daylight, the train stopped to wait for a more appropriate time to enter the town. The thought of what he could have done with his lost money still occupied Toby's mind. He only spoke crossly to the monkey once, and that was when he put it into the cage before beginning his morning's work. Then he said,
You wouldn't have had to go into this place many more times if you hadn't been so wicked. By tomorrow night, we would have been away from this circus and on our way home to Uncle Dan'l. Now you've spoiled my chance and your own for a good while to come, and I hope before the day is over, you'll feel as bad about it as I do.
It seemed to Toby as if the monkey understood exactly what he said. It slinked into one corner, away from the other monkeys, and sat there looking very penitent and dejected. Then, with a heavy heart, Toby began his day's work. Toby's life had been difficult before he lost his money, and it was hard to endure the cruelty of Mr. Job Lord and his unpleasant partner, Mr. Jacobs. Now, with his fresh sorrow, it was doubly hard. Before this, whenever one of the partners kicked or cursed him, Toby joyfully thought that the time was not far off when he would be free from his brutal taskmasters. That thought had given him strength to endure everything he faced. Now the time of his freedom from this captivity seemed very far off. Each cruel word or blow caused him greater sorrow, fueled by the thought that if not for the monkey's mischief, he would have been nearly free from what made his life so miserable. If he had looked sad and mournful before, he looked even more so now as he made his gloomy rounds inside the tent, calling out,
"Here's your cold lemonade, or fresh baked peanuts, 10 cents a quart."
Each day some audience members pitied the boy because of the misery so plainly visible in his face. They gave him a few cents more than his asking price for what he sold, or simply gave him money without buying anything, helping him save up again for his escape. The few people from the circus who knew of Toby's plan to escape tried their best to console him for the loss of his money. The kind-hearted couple, the living skeleton and his fat woman wife, tried to insist that he take a portion of their meager earnings to replace what the monkey had thrown away. But Toby firmly refused to do this. To the reasons they gave for helping him, he only replied that he would remain with Mr. Lord and Mr. Jacobs and manage as best he could until he could earn the money through his own efforts. Every hour, the thought of what might have been had he not lost his money weighed heavily on Toby's mind. Finally, he resolved to make a decisive move and tell Mr. Job Lord that he no longer wanted to travel with the circus. So far, he had not received the $2 promised for his 2 weeks' work, and another $1 was nearly due. If he could get this money, along with what he had saved again, it might be enough to pay his railroad fare to Guilford. If not, he resolved to accept the needed amount from the living skeleton. He dreaded the task, naturally. However, the hope that he might succeed gave him the courage he needed. On the third morning after losing his money, once his work was done, Mr. Lord seemed to be in an unusually good mood. Toby decided to try his plan. It was just before dinner. Business had been exceptionally good, and Mr. Lord had even spoken pleasantly to Toby. He told him to fill the lemonade pail with water, wanting the stock to last longer and yield more profit. Toby poured in as much water as he thought the already weak mixture could handle, while still retaining some lemon flavor. Then, when his employer motioned him to add more, he mixed in another quart, secretly wondering what it would taste like.
"When you're mixing lemonade for circus trade,"
said Mr. Lord, in such a kind, fatherly tone that one would have found it difficult to believe that he ever spoke harshly,
"don't be afraid of water, for that's where the profit comes in. Always have a piece of lemon peel floating on top of every glass, and it tastes just as good to people as if it cost twice as much."
Toby could not entirely agree with that opinion, nor did he think it wise to disagree, especially since he was going to ask the very great favor of being released from his work. Therefore he nodded his head gravely and began to stir up what it pleased Mr. Lord to call lemonade, so that the last addition might be more thoroughly mixed with the others. 2 or 3 times he tried to ask for the favor that seemed so huge. Each time the words caught in his throat, making him feel as if he would never manage to say them. Finally, in desperation, he stammered out,
"Don't you think you could find another boy in this town, Mr. Lord?"
Mr. Lord shifted sideways, aligning his crooked eye directly on Toby. A long silence followed, during which Toby's face flushed and paled repeatedly, and his heart beat very fast with suspense and fear.
"Well, what if I could?" he eventually said. "Do you think business is so good that I could afford to keep 2 boys when there isn't half enough work for one?"
Toby stirred the lemonade with renewed energy, as if by this action he was strengthening both the drink and his courage. He said in a low voice that Mr. Lord could barely hear,
"I didn't think that. But you see, I ought to go home, for Uncle Daniel will worry about me. And besides, I don't like a circus very well."
Again, Mr. Lord remained silent, and again his crooked eye glared down at Toby. "So," he said, and Toby could see that his anger was rising very fast.
"You don't like a circus very well, and you're starting to think that your Uncle Daniel will worry about you, eh? Well, I want you to understand that it makes no difference to me whether you like a circus or not, and I don't care how much your Uncle Daniel worries. You mean that you want to get away from me after I've gone to all the trouble and expense of teaching you the business?"
Toby bent his head over the pail and stirred vigorously, as if his life depended on it.
"If you think you're going to get away from here until you've paid me for all you've eaten and all the time I've spent on you, you're mistaken. That's all. You've had an easy time with me. Too easy, in fact, and that's what's wrong with you. Now, if I hear 2 more words from you about leaving, just 2 more, I'll show you what a whipping is. Before, when you thought you were getting a whipping, I was only playing with you. But you'll find out what it truly means if I so much as see a thought in your eyes about leaving. And don't you dare try to sneak away in the night and run off, because if you do, I'll follow you and have you arrested. Now, you watch yourself in the future.
It is impossible to say how much longer Mr. Lord might have continued this outburst had not a member of the company, one of the principal riders, called him aside to speak with him. Poor Toby was so confused by the angry words that followed his very natural and reasonable suggestion that he didn't notice anything around him. Only when he heard his own name did he pay attention, fearing some new misfortune was about to happen. He listened intently.
I'm afraid you couldn't do much of anything with him,
he heard Mr. Lord say.
He's had enough of this kind of life already, so he says, and I expect the next thing he does will be to try and run away.
I'll risk his getting away from you, Job,
he heard Mr. Castle say.
But of course, I've got to take my chances. I'll train him from 11 to 12 each day, just during your slow trade time. I'll not only give you half of what he can earn in the next 2 years, but I'll pay you for his time if he manages to escape before the season is over.
Toby knew they were talking about him, but he couldn't imagine what it all meant.
What are you going to do with him first?
Job asked.
Just put him right in the ring and teach him what riding is. I tell you, Job, the boy's smart enough. Before the season's over, I'll have him performing some bareback acts. Perhaps we'll get some money out of him before we go into winter quarters.
Toby understood the meaning of their conversation all too well. He knew his situation, which already seemed unbearable, was about to worsen with this Mr. Castle. Toby had often heard of Mr. Castle, who was rumoured to be Mr. Lord's rival in terms of cruelty. The 2 men then walked toward the large tent, leaving Toby alone with his thoughts and 2 or 3 young customers. These boys looked at him with wonder and envied him for belonging to the circus. That night, during the ride, Toby told old Ben what he had heard, confidently expecting his friend to console him. But Ben was not the champion Toby had hoped for. The old man, who had been with the circus man and boy nearly 40 years, didn't seem to think it a misfortune that Toby was to be taught to ride.
That Mr. Castle is a little rough on boys,
old Ben said thoughtfully.
But it'll be a good thing for you, Toby. As long as you stay with Job, you won't be anything more than a candy boy. But after you know how to ride, it'll be a different story. You can earn a good deal of money and be your own boss.
But I don't want to stay with the circus,
Toby whined.
I don't want to learn to ride, and I do want to get back to Uncle Daniel.
That may all be true, and I don't dispute it,
said Ben.
But you see, you didn't stay with your Uncle Daniel when you had the chance, and you did come with the circus. You've told Job you wanted to leave, and he'll be watching you all the time to make sure you don't slip away. So what's the result? You can't get away for a while anyhow, and you better try to make something of yourself while you're here. Perhaps after you've learned to ride, you may want to stay, and I'll make sure you get all of your wages, except enough to pay Castle for teaching you.
I shan't want to stay,
said Toby.
I wouldn't stay if I could ride all the horses at once and was getting $100 a day.
But you can't ride one horse, and you aren't getting but $1 a week, and still, I don't see any chance of your getting away yet,
said Ben, in a matter-of-fact tone, as he devoted his attention again to his horses. This left Toby to his own sad reflections and the firm conviction that boys who run away from home do not have a good time, except in stories. The next forenoon, Toby was engrossed in selling 3 cents worth of peanuts and 2 sticks of candy to a boy his own size with equally red hair. The boy was trying to persuade Toby to throw in a piece of gum because of the large purchase. Just then, Job Lord called Toby aside, and Toby knew his troubles had begun.
I want you to go in and see Mr. Castle. He's going to show you how to ride,
said Mr. Lord, in as kindly a tone as if he were granting the boy a favor. If Toby had dared, he would have rebelled right then and refused to go. However, lacking the courage for such an act, he walked meekly into the tent and toward the ring. Chapter 14. Mr. Castle teaches Toby to ride. When Toby came within sight of the ring, he was astonished by what he saw. A horse with a broad wooden saddle was being led slowly around the ring. Mr. Castle stood on one side, holding a long whip. In the center of the ring, on the tent pole, was a long arm. From this arm dangled a leather belt attached to a long rope, which passed through the end of the arm and ran down to the pole's base. Toby understood why the horse, the whip, and the man were there. However, he couldn't understand the wooden projection from the tent pole at all, which looked so much like a gallows.
"Come now,"
said Mr. Castle, cracking his whip ominously as Toby came into view.
"Why weren't you here before?"
"Mr. Lord just sent me in,"
said Toby, not expecting his excuse to be accepted. No excuse had been accepted since he had achieved his greatest ambition by joining the circus.
"Then I'll make Mr. Job understand that I am to have my full hour of your time. And if I don't get it, there will be trouble between us."
Toby would have been very pleased if Mr. Castle had gone out with his long whip right then and caused trouble for Mr. Lord. But Mr. Castle had no time to spare because of the trouble he was about to cause Toby, and he began it immediately.
"Well, get in here and don't waste any more time,"
he said sharply. Toby looked around curiously for a moment. Not understanding exactly what he was expected to get in and do, he asked,
"What shall I do?"
"Pull off your boots, coat, and vest."
Since there was no other option than to learn to ride, Toby wisely concluded that the best thing he could do was obey his new master without question. So he began to take off his clothes with as much eagerness as if learning to ride was the one thing he had always desired. Mr. Castle was clearly used to prompt obedience. He not only took it for granted, but also tried to rush Toby through undressing. With his desire to please, and urged by Mr. Castle's words and the ominous shaking of his whip, Toby quickly got ready. He stood before his instructor clad only in his shirt, trousers, and stockings. The horse was led around to where Toby stood. When Mr. Castle held out his hand to help him mount, Toby jumped up quickly without aid. This made a good initial impression, showing he was a willing lad.
"Now,"
said the instructor, as he pulled down the leather belt that hung from the rope and fastened it around Toby's waist.
"Stand up in the saddle and try to stay there. You can't fall because the rope will hold you up, even if the horse moves from under you. But it isn't hard to stay on if you pay attention to what you're doing. You see, if you don't, this whip will help you. Now stand up."
Toby did as he was told. The horse was led at a walk, and Toby had the long bridle to help him keep his balance. He had no difficulty standing during the time the horse went once around the ring, but that was all. Mr. Castle seemed to think this was enough preparation for the boy to understand how to ride, so he started the horse into a canter. As expected, Toby lost his balance. The horse moved ahead, leaving Toby dangling at the end of the rope, much like a crab just caught with a pole and line. Toby kicked, waved his hands, and flailed about uselessly. This continued until the horse came around again. Then Toby made frantic efforts to regain his footing. These efforts were aided, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say hindered, by the long, merciless lash of Mr. Castle's whip, which wrapped around his legs with severe force.
"Stand up! Stand up!"
cried his instructor. Toby reeled first to one side and then to the other, now standing upright in the saddle and now dangling at the end of the rope, with the horse almost out from under him. This command seemed unnecessary, as it was exactly what Toby was trying to do, but since it was given, he struggled even harder. It seemed to him that the more he tried, the less he succeeded. This first lesson continued in much the same way until the hour was over. Occasionally, Mr. Castle would give him some good advice. More often, he would twist the long lash of the whip around the boy's legs with such force that Toby believed the skin had been completely torn off. It may have been a relief for Mr. Castle when this first lesson concluded, and it certainly was for Toby. He had had all the horsemanship training he wanted. He thought, with deepest sorrow, that this would happen daily for as long as he stayed with the circus. As he left the tent, he stopped to speak with his friend, the old monkey. His troubles seemed to increase when he stood in front of the cage, calling,
"Mr. Stubbs! Mr. Stubbs!"
The old fellow would not even come down from the high perch where he was performing monkey tricks with several younger companions. It seemed to him, as he later told Ben, as if Mr. Stubbs had abandoned him because he knew that he was in trouble. When he went toward the booth, Mr. Lord looked at him from around the corner of the canvas. It seemed to Toby that his employer could look around a square corner with much greater ease than he could straight ahead. Mr. Lord had an unpleasant smirk in his eye, as though he enjoyed the misery he knew his little clerk had just endured.
"Can you ride yet?"
he asked mockingly, as Toby stepped behind the counter to attend to his regular work. Toby made no reply, for he knew that the question was only asked sarcastically and not out of any desire for information. In a few moments, Mr. Lord left him to attend to the booth alone and went into the tent. Toby correctly guessed he had gone to question Mr. Castle about the outcome of the lesson just given. That night, old Ben asked him how he had fared under Mr. Castle's teaching. Toby, knowing that the question was asked because of Ben's genuine interest in his well-being, replied,
"If I were trying to learn how to swing around the ring strapped to a rope, I'd say I got along excellently. But I don't know much about the horse, for I was only on his back a little while at a time."
"You'll get over that soon,"
said old Ben condescendingly, as he patted him on the back.
"Remember my words now. I say that you have it in you, and if you have a mind to try to learn, you'll succeed yet and be one of the smartest riders they've got in this show."
"I don't want to be a rider,"
said Toby sadly.
"I only want to get back home once more, and then you'll see how much it will take to get me away again."
"Well,"
said Ben quietly,
"be that as it may, while you're here, the best thing you can do is to take hold and get ahead as fast as you can. It will make it much easier for you while you're with the show, and it won't spoil any of your chances for running away whenever the time comes."
Toby understood this statement completely. He promised Ben he would do his best to learn from the lessons and please his new master. With this promise, he lay back on the seat and went to sleep. He didn't wake until preparations for arrival in the next town were underway, and Mr. Lord had called his name sharply, several times. Toby's first lesson with Mr. Castle was the most pleasant he ever had. Once Toby had been in the ring, his master expected him to do everything he was told. If he failed in any small detail, the long whip would curl around his legs or arms, leaving his body and limbs covered with blue and black marks. For only 3 lessons was the wooden support used to keep him from falling. After that, he was forced to ride standing upright on the broad wooden saddle, or pad, as it's correctly called. Whenever he lost his balance and fell, no one asked if he was hurt. He was mercilessly whipped. Messrs. Lord and Jacob seemed much better by comparison in Toby's mind. He had thought his situation couldn't be worse than it had been with them. Yet, after enduring the pain of 2 or 3 of Mr. Castle's riding lessons, he decided he would cheerfully stay with the candy vendors all season rather than take 6 more lessons from Mr. Castle. Night after night, he fell asleep from pure exhaustion from crying. He had been sharing his troubles with the old monkey and making plans to run away. Now, more than ever, he was eager to escape. However, each day took him farther from home, requiring more money to start his escape. Old Ben didn't offer Toby as much sympathy as Toby felt he deserved. While Ben wouldn't allow Mr. Job Lord to strike the boy when he was near, he believed it was a necessary part of Toby's training for Mr. Castle to whip him as much as he wished. So, Toby poured out all his troubles to the old monkey, keeping him close from the end of his work each night until he had to start again in the morning. The living skeleton and his wife thought Toby had a difficult life. They tried every means in their power to cheer the poor boy. Neither of them could say to Mr. Castle what they had said to Mr. Lord, for the rider was a very different kind of person and one they couldn't interfere with at all. Therefore poor Toby had to endure his troubles and whippings as best he could. His only comfort was the thought of running away and leaving them all behind. But despite all his troubles, Toby learned to ride faster than his teacher had expected. In 3 weeks he had little difficulty standing upright while his horse went around the ring at its fastest pace. After that, his progress was more rapid, and he showed promise of becoming a very skilled rider. This pleased both Mr. Castle and Mr. Lord very much, as they imagined that within another year Toby would bring them a substantial income. The circus proprietor took a strong interest in Toby's training and promised Mr. Castle that Mademoiselle Jeanette and Toby would perform an act together as soon as Toby was skilled enough. The boy's costume had been changed after he could ride without falling off, and now, while in the ring, he wore the same costume as the regular performers. The little girl, after it was announced that she and Toby were to perform together, had watched carefully during the hour Toby was under Mr. Castle's direction. She gave him many suggestions that were far more valuable and quicker to adopt than those given by the teacher himself.
"Tomorrow you two will go through the exercise together,"
Mr. Castle said to Toby and Ella at the end of one of Toby's lessons. This was after Toby had become so skillful that he could stand with ease on the pad. He had even progressed to jumping through a hoop without falling more than twice out of 3 times. The little girl was very pleased to hear this and showed her happiness.
"It will be really nice,"
she said to Toby after Mr. Castle had left them alone.
"I can help you a lot, and it won't be long before we can do an act all by ourselves in the performance. Then, won't the people clap their hands when we come in?"
"Tomorrow will be easier for you than for me,"
Toby said, rubbing his legs sorrowfully. He still felt the sting of the whip.
"You see, Mr. Castle won't dare to whip you, and he'll make it all count on me, because he knows Mr. Lord likes to have him whip me."
"But I won't make any mistakes,"
Ella said confidently.
"So you won't have to be whipped because of me. And while I am on the horse, you can't be whipped, for he couldn't do it without whipping me. So you see, you won't get only half as much."
Toby brightened a little under the influence of this argument, but his expression saddened again as he thought that his chances for getting away from the circus were growing less each day.
"You see, I want to get back to Uncle Daniel in Guilford,"
he said confidentially.
"I don't want to stay here a single moment."
Ella opened her eyes in great astonishment as she cried,
"Don't want to stay here? Why don't you go home then?"
"Because Job Lord won't let me,"
Toby said. He wondered if it was possible that his little companion did not know exactly what sort of a man his master was. Then he told her that he had thought many times about running away and had made all sorts of plans. This was after she made him many promises, including crossing her throat as a solemn vow that she would never tell anyone. He told her about losing his money and about his friendship with the living skeleton and the fat woman. At last he confided in her that he intended to take the old monkey with him when he made his escape attempt. She listened with great attention. He told her that his small savings now amounted to $7.10, almost as much as he had before.
"I have 3 little gold dollars in my trunk, and you shall have them all. They are my very own, for Mama gave them to me to do just what I wanted with them. But I don't see how you can take Mr. Stubbs with you, because that would be stealing."
"No, it would not either,"
said Toby firmly.
"Wasn't he given to me to do with as I wished? And didn't the boss say he was all mine?"
"Oh, I had forgotten that,"
said Ella thoughtfully.
"I suppose you can take him, but he'll be a great inconvenience, won't he?"
"No,"
said Toby, eager to defend his pet.
"He always does just what I want him to, and when I tell him what I'm trying to do, he'll be perfectly behaved. But I cannot take your dollars."
"Why not?"
"Because it would not be right for a boy to let a girl smaller than himself help him. I will wait until I get enough money of my own, and then I will go."
"But I want you to take my money, too. I want you to have it."
"No, I cannot take it,"
said Toby, shaking his head firmly as he resisted the tempting offer. Then, as a happy thought occurred to him, he said quickly,
I will tell you what to do with your dollars. You keep them until you grow up to be a woman. And when I am a man, I will come. Then we will buy a circus of our own. I think perhaps I would like to be part of a circus if I owned one myself. We will have a lot of money then, and can do just what we wish.
This idea seemed to please the little girl, and the two began to lay all sorts of plans for that time when they should be man and woman, have lots of money, and be able to do just what they wanted to. They had been sitting on the edge of the newly made ring while they were talking, and before they had half finished making plans for the future, one of the attendants came in to put things to order. They were obliged to leave their seats. She went to the hotel to get ready for the afternoon's performance, and Toby went to try to do such work as Mr. Job had assigned him. 10 weeks after Toby first joined the circus, Mr. Castle informed him and Ella that they would perform publicly the next day. They had practiced daily, and Toby had become so skillful that both Mr. Castle and Mr. Lord realized he could now earn money for them. Chapter 15. Toby's Friends. Present him with a costume. During this period, Toby's earnings had grown more slowly than in his initial days. Still, he had saved $11, and Mr. Lord had paid him $5 of his salary, giving him the enormous sum of $16. He had nearly decided to try for freedom when he heard the news about performing publicly. In fact, he had been ready to run away any time in the past week. However, as if they had guessed his intentions, both Mr. Castle and Mr. Lord had kept a very strict watch on him. One or the other kept him in sight from the time he finished his work at night until they saw him on the cart with old Ben.
I was just getting ready to run away,
Toby said to Ella as they walked out of the tent, on the day Mr. Castle announced their performance.
And I wouldn't be surprised if I got away tonight.
Oh, Toby,
exclaimed the girl, looking reproachfully at him.
After all the work we have had to get ready, you won't go off and leave me before we have had a chance to see what the people will say when they see us together.
Toby felt no joy at the thought of performing publicly. He would have gladly taken one of Mr. Lord's harshest whippings to avoid it. However, he and Ella had become such firm friends, and he had developed such a strong admiration for her, that he felt willing to endure almost anything to give her pleasure. After a few moments of thought, he said,
Well, I won't go tonight anyway, even if I have the best chance there ever was. I'll stay one more day anyhow, and perhaps I'll have to stay many more.
That is a nice boy,
Ella said positively, as Toby gave his decision.
And I will hug you for it.
Before Toby fully realized what she was doing, almost before he understood her words, she had put her arms around him and gave him a hug. Toby was surprised, astonished, and a little ashamed. He had never been hugged by a girl before, and rarely by anyone, except for the fat lady. He hardly knew what to do or say. His face blushed until it was almost as red as his hair, and this color made his freckles stand out with startling distinctness. He then looked carefully around to see if anyone had seen them.
I never had a girl hug me before,
said Toby hesitantly.
And you see, it made me feel a little strange to have you do it out here where everybody could see.
Well, I hugged you because I like you very much, and because you are going to stay and ride with me tomorrow,
she said positively. Then she added slyly,
I may hug you again if you don't get a chance to run away very soon.
I wish it wasn't for Uncle Daniel and the rest of the folks at home. I also wish there weren't men like Mr. Lord and Mr. Castle. If those weren't factors, I might want to stay with the circus because I like you very much.
And as he spoke, Toby's heart grew very tender toward the only girl whom he had as a friend and ever known. By this time, they had reached the door of the tent. As they stepped outside, one of the drivers told them that Mr. Treat and his wife were very anxious to see both of them in their tent.
I don't believe I can go,
said Toby doubtfully. He glanced toward the booth where Mr. Lord was busy serving customers, evidently waiting for Toby to relieve him so he could go to dinner.
I don't believe Mr. Lord will let me.
Go and ask him,
said Ella eagerly.
We won't be gone but a minute.
Toby approached his employer with fear and trembling. He had never before asked for time off from work, not even for a moment. He had no doubt his request would be refused with punishment.
Mr. Treat wants me to come into his tent for a minute. Can I go?
He asked in a timid voice, speaking so softly as to make it almost inaudible. Mr. Lord looked at him for an instant. Toby was sure he was deciding whether to kick him or grab him by the collar and hit him with his rubber cane. But Mr. Lord evidently had no such intention, for he said in an unusually gentle voice,
Yes, and you don't need to return to work until it's time to go into the tent.
Toby was almost alarmed at this unusual kindness. It puzzled him so much that he would have forgotten he had permission to go away if Ella had not pulled him gently by the coat. If he had heard a conversation between Mr. Lord and Mr. Castle that very morning, Toby would have understood why Mr. Lord had so suddenly become kind. Mr. Castle had told Job that the boy had truly proven himself to be a good rider. To make Toby more content with his situation and keep him from running away, Mr. Castle suggested that he be treated more kindly and perhaps be taken out of the candy business altogether. Mr. Lord, however, did not favour the latter advice due to the large sales the boy generated. When they reached the skeleton's tent, they were surprised to find that no exhibition was being given at that hour. Ella said, with some concern,
How strange it is that the doors are not open. I do hope that they are not sick.
Toby felt a strange sinking in his heart at the possibility that one or both of his kind friends might be ill. They had both been so kind and attentive to him that he had grown to love them very dearly. But the children's fears were dispelled when they tried to get in at the door. They were met by the smiling living skeleton himself, who, as he threw the canvas aside, wide enough as if he were admitting his own enormous lily, said,
Come in, my friends, come in. I have had the exhibition closed for 1 hour so that I might show my appreciation for my friend, Mr. Tyler.
Toby looked around in some alarm, fearing that Mr. Treat's friendship was about to be displayed in one of his elaborate dinners, which Toby had learned to dread rather than enjoy. But as he saw no preparations for dinner, he breathed more freely and wondered what all this ceremony could possibly mean. Neither he nor Ella was left in doubt for long. As soon as they had entered, Mrs. Treat waddled from behind the screen that served as their dressing room, carrying a bundle in her arms, which she handed to her husband. He took it and quickly mounted the platform, leaving Ella and Toby below. He began to speak, with many flourishes of his thin arms.
My friends,
he began, looking down upon his audience of 3 who were listening in the following positions. Ella and Toby stood on the ground at the foot of the platform, looking up with wide-open, staring eyes. His fleshy wife was seated on a bench, which had evidently been placed below the speaker's stand, so she could hear and see all that was going on without the fatigue of standing up, a difficult task for someone of her size.
My friends,
the living skeleton repeated, holding his bundle in front of him with one hand and gesturing with the other.
We all know that tomorrow, our esteemed and worthy friend, Mr. Toby Tyler, makes his first appearance in any ring. We all believe that he will soon become a bright and shining light in the profession he is so soon to enter.
The speaker was here interrupted by loud applause from his wife. He used the opportunity to wipe a stray drop of perspiration from his fleshless face. Then, as the fat woman stopped clapping her hands, he continued,
Knowing that our friend, Mr. Tyler, was being instructed in preparation for dazzling the public with his talents, my wife and I began to prepare a small token of our esteem for him. Mr. Castle informed us some days ago of the day he was to make his first public appearance, so we were able to complete our little gift in time for this great and important event.
Here the living skeleton paused to take a breath, and Toby began to grow uncomfortably red in the face. Such praise made him feel very awkward.
I hold in this bundle
Mr. Treat continued, waving the package on high.
A costume for our bold and worthy equestrian, and a matching sash for his beautiful and accomplished companion. In presenting these little tokens, my wife, who has embroidered every inch of the velvet herself, and I feel proud to know that when the great and important occasion occurs tomorrow, the worthy Mr. Tyler will step into the ring in a costume we have prepared expressly for him. Thus, when he honors himself with his performance and earns the applause of the crowd, he will also be honoring and earning applause for the work of our hands, my wife Lily and myself. Take them, my boy, and when you wear them tomorrow, you will remember that the only living skeleton and the wonder of the 19th century in the shape of the Mammoth Lady are present in their works, if not in their persons.
As he finished speaking, Mr. Treat handed the bundle to Toby, and then joined in the applause being given by Mrs. Treat and Ella. Toby unrolled the package and found that it contained a circus rider's costume of pink tights and blue velvet trunks, collar, and cuffs. It was embroidered in white and generously spangled with silver. In addition, there was a wide blue sash for Ella, embroidered to match Toby's costume. The little fellow was both delighted with the gift and unsure of what to say in response. He looked at the costume repeatedly, and tears of gratitude for how kind these friends had been to him welled in his eyes. He saw, however, that they were expecting him to say something in reply. Laying the gift on the platform, he said to the living skeleton and his wife,
"You've been so good to me ever since I've been with the circus that I wish I was big enough to say something more than that. I'm much obliged, but I can't. One of these days, when I'm a man, I'll show you how much I like you, and then you won't be sorry that you were good to such a poor little runaway boy as I am."
Here, the living skeleton broke in with such loud applause and so many cries of "Hear, hear!" that Toby grew still more confused and completely forgot what he was intending to say next.
"I want you to know how much obliged I am,"
he said, after much hesitation.
"And when I wear them, I'll ride just the best I know how, even if I don't want to, and you won't be sorry that you gave them to me."
As Toby concluded, he made a funny little awkward bow, and then seemed to be trying to hide himself behind a chair from the applause that was given so generously.
"Bless your dear little heart,"
said the fat woman, after the confusion had somewhat subsided.
"I know you will do your best anyway, and I'm glad to know that you're going to make your first appearance in something that Samuel and I made for you."
Ella was just as pleased with her sash as Toby was with his costume. She thanked Mr. and Mrs. Treat in a charming way that made Toby wish he could say anything half so nicely. The hour Mr. Treat had set aside for the presentation and accompanying speeches had passed. Therefore, Ella and Toby had to leave, and the exhibition doors needed to open immediately. This was to give the public an opportunity to see what the placards announced as two of the greatest curiosities on the face of the globe. That day, while Toby performed his difficult tasks, his heart was very light. The kindness Mr. and Mrs. Treat had shown him was very encouraging. He decided that he would do his very best to please while he was with the circus. Then, when he had a chance to escape, he would take it. However, he wouldn't leave until he had said goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Treat and thanked them again for their interest in him. When he had finished his work in the tent that night, Mr. Lord said to him, he patted Toby on the back in the most fatherly fashion, as if he had never spoken a harsh word to him.
"You can't come in here to sell candy now that you are one of the performers, my boy. And if I can find another boy tomorrow, you won't have to work in the booth any longer, and your salary of $1 a week will go on just the same, even if you only have to ride."
This news was as welcome to Toby as it was unexpected. He felt happier then than he had been in the 10 weeks he had been travelling under Mr. Lord's harsh rule. But that night, one thing diminished his happiness. He noticed that Mr. Lord was watching him with unusual care, not even allowing him to go outside the tent without Mr. Lord following him. Toby saw at once that if he was to have an easier time, his chances for escaping were greatly reduced. Not even beautiful costumes could make him content to stay with the circus a moment longer than he had to. That night, he told Ben about the day's events. He hoped he would perform well during his first appearance the next day. Ben sat thoughtfully for some time. Then he made all the preparations Toby knew meant a long piece of advice was coming. He said,
Toby, my boy, I have been with a circus, man and boy, for nearly 40 years. I've seen many youngsters start just as you are going to start tomorrow, but most of them failed because they thought they knew more than their teachers did. Now, remember what I say, and you will find it good advice. Whatever business you get into, do not think you know all about it before you have even begun. Remember that you can always learn something, no matter how old you are. Keep your eyes and ears open, and your tongue between your teeth, and you will amount to something, or my name isn't Ben.
Chapter 16. Toby's first appearance in the ring. When the circus entered the town chosen for Toby's debut as a circus rider, the boy noticed a new poster. It stood out among the many bright and flashy advertisements that promoted the various attractions available under one tent for a small admission fee. He looked at it with some interest, not thinking for a moment that it had any reference to him. It was printed as follows: Mademoiselle Jeannette and Monsieur Ajax, two of the youngest equestrians in the world, will perform their graceful, dashing, and daring act entitled The Triumph of the Innocents. This is the first appearance of these daring young riders together since their separation in Europe last season, and their performance in this town will have a new and novel interest. See Mademoiselle Jeannette and Monsieur Ajax.
Look there,
Toby said to Ben, pointing out the poster. It was printed in very large letters, with vibrant colours, and featured a picture of two very small people performing all kinds of impossible feats on horseback.
They have someone else to ride with Ella today. I wonder who it can be.
Ben looked at Toby for a moment, as if to assure himself that the boy was serious in asking the question. Then he fell into the worst fit of silent laughing Toby had ever seen. After he had quite recovered, he asked,
Don't you know who Monsieur Ajax is? Haven't you ever seen him?
No,
replied Toby, puzzled as to what was so funny about his very natural question.
I thought that I was going to ride with Ella.
Why, that is you!
Ben almost screamed in delight.
Monsieur Ajax means you. Didn't you know it? You don't suppose they would put Toby Tyler on the posters, do you? How would it look? Mademoiselle Jeannette and Monsieur Toby Tyler.
Ben was laughing again. Toby sat stiff and straight, hardly knowing whether to join in the mirth or to get angry at the joke made of his name.
I don't care,
he said at length.
I am sure I think Toby Tyler sounds just as well as Monsieur Ajax, and I am sure it fits me much better.
That may be,
said Ben soothingly.
But you see, it would not be as popular with the public. They want foreign riders, and they must have them, even if it does spoil your name.
Despite not liking his new name, Toby could not help but feel pleased by the glowing description of his performance. However, he did not like the lie about his having been with Ella in Europe. He would have been much happier if that part had been omitted. Throughout the morning, Toby stayed away from Mr. Lord and his candy stand. Mr. Castle kept Toby and Ella busy practicing the act they would perform that afternoon. It was almost time for the performance to begin before they were even allowed to eat dinner. Ella, who had performed for several years, was far more excited about their upcoming first performance than Toby. He probably showed less interest because he deeply wished to leave the circus as soon as possible. During that morning, he thought much more about how he would return to Guilford and Uncle Daniel than about how he would manage in front of an audience. Mr. Castle helped his pupil get dressed. When Toby was dressed to Mr. Castle's complete satisfaction, he said in a stern voice,
Now you can do this act all right. If you fail at it and don't perform as you should, I'll give you such a whipping when you leave the ring that you'll think Job was only fooling with you when he tried to whip you.
Toby had felt reasonably cheerful until then. However, these words dispelled all his happy thoughts, and he looked more dejected when old Ben entered the dressing tent.
"Are you all ready, my boy?"
said the old man in his most cheerful voice.
"Well, that's good, and you look as nice as possible. Now remember what I told you last night, Toby, and go in there to do your absolute best and make a name for yourself. Come out here with me and wait for the young lady."
Ben's cheering words uplifted Toby as much as Mr. Castle's words had discouraged him. As he stepped out of the dressing room to where the horses were being saddled, Toby resolved to do his very best that afternoon. He would do it, if for no other reason, to please his old friend. Toby was not what would naturally be called a pretty boy. His short red hair and freckled face prevented him from looking exceptionally handsome. However, he was a good, honest-looking boy, and in his tasteful costume he looked very nice indeed. He looked so nice that if Mrs. Treat could have seen him just then, she would have been very proud of her creation and hugged him harder than ever. He had been waiting only a few moments when Ella came from her dressing room. Toby was much pleased, seeing by the expression of her face that she was perfectly satisfied with his appearance.
"We'll both do just as well as we can,"
she whispered to him.
"And I know the people will like us and make us come back after we get through. And if they do, Mama says she'll give each one of us a gold dollar."
Ella took Toby's hand as she spoke. Her earnest and anxious manner made Toby more excited about his debut than ever before. If he had entered the ring at that moment, he likely would have surprised even his teacher with his riding.
"I'll do just as well as I can,"
said Toby in reply to his little companion.
"And if we earn the dollars, I'll have a hole drilled in mine, and you shall wear it around your neck to remember me."
"I'll remember you without that,"
she whispered.
"And I'll give you mine so you'll have more when you go home."
Mr. Castle entered, telling them they had to go in within another moment. There was no time for further conversation. The horses were ready, a black one for Toby and a white one for Ella. They stood champing at their bits and pawing the earth impatiently, their silver bells ringing out quick, nervous little chimes that matched Toby's feelings perfectly. Ella squeezed Toby's hand as they waited for the curtain to rise. He barely had time to return the squeeze when the signal was given. Almost before he knew it, they were standing in the ring, blowing kisses to the crowds that packed the enormous tent to its full capacity. Thanks to the false announcement about the children's separation in Europe and their reunion in this particular town, the applause was long and loud. Before it died away, Toby had time to recover a little from the strange feeling this sea of heads gave him. Toby had never seen such a crowd before, except when he walked around at the foot of the seats. Then they had simply looked like many human beings, but from the ring they appeared like strange rows of heads without bodies. He had difficulty keeping himself from running back behind the curtain from which he had come. Mr. Castle acted as the ringmaster this time. After he introduced them, much like the posters described, and the clown told a funny joke, the horses were led in. Toby and Ella were then helped to mount them.
"Don't mind the people at all,"
said Mr. Castle in a low voice.
"But ride just as if you were alone here with me."
The music struck up, the horses cantered around the ring, and Toby had really started as a circus rider.
"Remember,"
said Ella to him in a low tone, just as the horses started.
"You told me that you would ride just as well as you could, and we must earn the dollars Mama promised."
At first Toby felt as if he could not stand up. However, after they had ridden around the ring once, and Ella had again cautioned him against making any mistakes for the sake of the money they were going to earn, he was calm and collected enough. He performed his part of the as well as if he was simply taking a lesson. The act involved them riding side by side, jumping over banners, and passing through paper-covered hoops. Then the most difficult part began. The saddles were taken off the horses. They were to ride first on one horse, then on the other. They concluded their performance by riding twice around the ring side by side, standing on their horses, each with a hand on the other's shoulder. all this was successfully accomplished without a single error. When they rode out of the ring, the applause was so great that there was no doubt they would be recalled and earn the promised money. In fact, they had barely stepped behind the curtain when one of the attendants called to them. Before they even had time to speak to each other, they were back in the ring, repeating the last portion of their act. When they came out of the ring for the second time, they found Old Ben, the living skeleton, the fat woman, and Mr. Job Lord waiting to welcome them. But before anyone could say a word, Ella stood on tiptoe again and gave Toby another kiss, just like the one she gave him when he promised to stay long enough to appear in the ring with her.
"That's because you rode so well and helped me so much,"
she said, as she saw Toby's cheeks growing a fiery red. Then she turned to those who were waiting to greet her. Mrs. Treat took Ella in her enormous arms, kissed her, and then quickly put her down. She then clasped Toby, hugging him tightly, as if he were a tiny walnut in a large pair of nutcrackers.
"Bless the boy,"
she exclaimed.
"I knew he'd amount to something one of these days, and Samuel and I had to come out when business was dull just to see how he was doing."
It was some time before she would release him from her motherly embrace. When she did, the living skeleton grasped him by the hand and said in the most pompous and affected manner,
"Mr. Tyler, we're proud of you. And when we saw that costume of yours, that my Lily embroidered with her own hands, we were both proud of it and what it contained. You're a great writer, my boy, a great writer, and you'll stand at the head of the profession someday, if you only stick to it."
"Thank you, sir,"
was all Toby had time to say before Old Ben had him by the hand. The living skeleton was already pouring out his congratulations into little Miss Ella's ear.
"Toby, my boy, you did well, and now you'll amount to something if you only remember what I told you last night,"
said Ben, looking with pride upon the boy whom he had come to think of as his protégé.
"I've never seen anyone of your age do any better, and now, instead of being only a candy peddler, you're one of the stars of the show."
"Thank you, Ben,"
was all Toby could say. He knew his old friend meant every word, and it pleased him so much that he could only manage a simple, "Thank you."
"I feel as if your triumph was mine,"
said Mr. Lord, looking kindly at Toby from his crooked eye and adopting the most fatherly tone he could muster.
"I have learned to look upon you almost as my own son, and your success is very gratifying to me."
Toby was not at all flattered by this praise. If he had never seen Mr. Lord before, he might have been deceived by his words. However, he had seen him too often, and under too many painful circumstances, to be fooled by anything he said. Toby was very pleased with his success and the praise he received from everyone. When the proprietor of the circus came by, patted him on the head, and told him he rode very nicely, Toby was quite happy. This happiness lasted until he happened to see the greedy twinkle in Mr. Lord's eye. Then Toby knew that all this success and praise were only tying him faster to the show he desperately wanted to leave. His pleasure quickly vanished, replaced by a bitter, homesick feeling that no amount of praise could make disappear. Old Ben helped Toby undress after the living skeleton, and the fat woman had gone to their tent. Ella had also left to get ready for her appearance with her mother, as she now had to ride twice at each performance. Once Toby was in his regular clothes again, Ben said,
"Now that you're one of the performers, Toby, you won't have to sell candy anymore. You'll have most of your time to yourself, so let's you and I go out and see the town."
"Don't you suppose Mr. Lord expects me to go to work for him again today?"
"And supposing he does,"
said Ben with a chuckle.
"You don't suppose the boss would let anyone who rides in the ring stand behind Job Lord's counter, do you? You can do just as you please, my boy. And I say to you, let's go out and see the town. What do you say to it?"
"I'd like to go very much, if I dared,"
replied Toby. He thought of the many whippings he had received for far less than what Ben was now proposing.
"Oh, I'll make sure Job doesn't bother you, so come along."
Ben started out of the tent, and Toby followed, feeling quite frightened at this first act of disobedience against his old master. Chapter 17. Off for Home. During this walk, Toby learned many things that were important for his plan to run away. First, from the railway posters displayed in their hotel, he learned he could buy a ticket for Guildford for $7. He also saw that by returning to the town they had just left, he could travel to Guildford by steamer for $5. Toby calculated that the stagecoach fare back to that town would not be more than $1. If he did this, he would have $10 remaining. That amount surely ought to be enough to buy food for 2 days for even the hungriest boy alive. When they returned to the circus grounds, the afternoon performance was over. Mr. Lord was busy with his usual brisk trade after the show. Surprisingly, instead of scolding Toby for leaving, he actually smiled and bowed at him as Toby walked by with Ben.
"See there, Toby,"
said the old driver to the boy, as he gave him a vigorous poke in the ribs, and then went off into one of his dreadful laughing spells.
"See what it is to be a performer, and not working for such an old fossil as Job is. He'll be so sweet to you now that sugar won't melt in his mouth, and there's no chance of his ever attempting to whip you again."
Toby made no reply. He was too busy thinking about something that had just occurred to him to even realize his friend had spoken. Old Ben barely noticed Toby's silence. He was struggling for breath, trying not to lose it during the second laughing spell that overcame him. Toby walked around the showgrounds for a little while with his old friend. Then the two went to supper, where Toby ate with as much enthusiasm as he had ridden in the afternoon. As soon as supper was over, Toby quietly slipped away from old Ben. He immediately went to visit Mr. and Mrs. Treat, whom he found comfortably eating their supper behind a screen. They welcomed Toby very warmly. Despite his claims that he had just finished a very hearty meal, the fat woman made him sit down at the box that served as a table and insisted he try some of her doughnuts. With all these pressing attentions, it was some time before Toby found a chance to say what he had come to say. When he did, he was almost at a loss for how to proceed. At last, he abruptly began his subject with the words,
"I've made up my mind to leave tonight."
"Leave tonight?"
repeated the living skeleton, inquiringly. He didn't believe for a moment that Toby could think of running away after the brilliant success he had just achieved.
"What do you mean, Toby?"
"Why, you know that I've been wanting to get away from the circus, and I think that I'll have as good a chance now as I ever will, so I'm going to try it,"
said Toby, a little impatient that his friend should be so wonderfully stupid.
"Bless us! You don't mean to say that you're going off just when you've started in the business so well? I thought you'd want to stay after you'd been so well received this afternoon,"
exclaimed the fat woman, gasping.
"No, I learned to ride because I had to, but I never gave up running away. I must see Uncle Dan'l and tell him how sorry I am for what I did. And if he won't have anything to say to me, I'll come back. But if he'll let me, I'll stay there, and I'll be so good that by and by he'll forget that I ran off and left him without saying a word," said
Toby. A quick little sob popped right up from his heart and out before he was aware of it. There was such a touch of sorrow in his tone and so much emotion in his way of speaking that good Mrs. Treat's heart was touched at once. She put her arms around the little fellow as if to shield him from some harm, and said tenderly,
"And so you shall go, Toby, my boy. But if you ever want a home or anybody to love you, come right here to us, and you'll never be sorry. As long as Sam keeps thin and I fat enough to draw the public, you never need say that you're homeless, for nothing would please us better than to have you come to live with us."
In reply, Toby raised his head and kissed her on the cheek. This action caused her to squeeze him harder than ever. During this conversation, the living skeleton had remained very thoughtful. After a moment or two, he got up from his seat, went outside the tent, and presently returned with a quantity of silver 10-cent pieces in his hand.
"Here, Toby. It's right that you should go, for I've known what it is to feel just as you do. What Lily said about your having a home with us, I say the same. And here's $5 that I want you to take to help you along,"
he said. It was clear that he was too affected even to attempt one of his usual speeches. At first, Toby strongly refused to take the money, but they both insisted so much that he was actually forced to take it. And then he stood up to go.
I'm going to try to slip off after Job packs up the outside booth if I can. And it was to say goodbye that I came around here,
he said. Again, Mrs. Treat took the boy in her arms, as if it were one of her own children who was leaving her. As she stroked his hair back from his forehead, she said,
Don't forget us, Toby, even if you never do see us again. Try and remember how much we cared for you, and how much comfort you're taking away from us when you go. For it was a comfort to see you around, even if you weren't with us very much. Don't forget us, Toby, and if you ever get the chance, come and see us. Goodbye, Toby. Goodbye.
The kind-hearted woman kissed him again and then resolutely turned her back on him, lest it should bring him bad luck if she saw him again after saying goodbye. The living skeleton's parting was not quite so demonstrative. He clasped Toby's hand with one set of his fleshless fingers, while with the other he wiped one or two suspicious-looking drops of moisture from his eyes as he said,
I hope you'll get along all right, my boy, and I believe you will. You will get home to Uncle Daniel and be happier than ever, for now you know what it is to be entirely without a home. Be a good boy, mind your uncle, go to school, and one of these days you'll make a good man. Goodbye, my boy.
The tears were now streaming down Toby's face very rapidly. In his eagerness to get home, he had not realized how very much he cared for this strangely assorted couple. Now it made him feel very miserable and wretched that he was going to leave them. He tried to say something more, but the tears choked his words, and he left the tent quickly to prevent himself from breaking down entirely. To avoid having his grief noticed and its cause suspected, Toby went out behind the tent and sat on a stone, giving way to the tears he could no longer control. While he was thus engaged, heeding nothing around him, he was startled by a cheerful voice crying,
Hello! Down in the dumps again! What is the matter now, my bold equestrian?
Looking up, he saw Ben standing before him. He wiped his eyes hastily, for here was another person from whom he must part, and to whom a goodbye must be spoken. Looking around to make sure that no one was within hearing, he went up very close to the old driver and said, almost in a whisper,
I was feeling bad because I just came from Mr. and Mrs. Treat, and I've been saying goodbye to them. I'm going to run away tonight.
So you still want to go home, do you?
Ben looked at him for a moment, as if he doubted whether the boy knew exactly what he was talking about, and then said,
Oh yes, Ben, so much,
was the reply, in a tone that expressed how dear to him was the thought of being in his old home once more.
All right, my boy. I won't say one word against it, though it does seem too bad after you've turned out to be such a good rider. It's better for you, I know, for a circus isn't any place for a boy, even if he wants to stay, and I can't say, but I'm glad you're still determined to go,
said the old man thoughtfully. Toby felt relieved at the tone of this farewell. He had feared that old Ben, who thought a circus rider was almost on the topmost rung of fortune's ladder, would have urged him to stay, since he had made his debut in the ring. Toby was almost afraid that Ben might take some steps to prevent his going.
I wanted to say goodbye now,
Toby said, his voice choking.
Because perhaps I won't see you again.
Goodbye, my boy,
Ben said, taking the boy's hand.
Don't forget this experience you've had running away. And if ever a time comes when you feel you need a friend, think of old Ben. Remember that his heart beats just as warmly for you as if he were your father. Goodbye, my boy. Goodbye, and may God bless you.
Goodbye, Ben,
Toby said. As the old driver turned and walked away, wiping something from his eye with his sleeve, Toby let his tears flow freely. He wondered why he felt like such a miserable little wretch. There was one more goodbye to say, and Toby dreaded it more than all the others. It was to Ella. He knew she would feel sad about him leaving, because she enjoyed performing the act with him that brought them such applause. He felt certain she would urge him to stay. Just then, another friend came to mind, one who had not yet been warned of the very important event about to happen. Toby hurried toward the old monkey's cage. His pet was busy playing with some younger members of his family, and for a few moments wouldn't come to the cage bars. Finally, Toby managed to coax him forward. Taking him by the paw and pulling him as close as possible, Toby whispered,
"We're going to run away tonight, Mr. Stubbs, and I want you to be all ready to go the minute I come for you."
The old monkey winked both eyes violently, then showed his teeth so much that Toby thought he was laughing at the idea. Toby said, a little severely,
"If you had as many friends in the circus as I do, you wouldn't laugh when you're about to leave them. Of course, I have to go, and I want to go, but it makes me feel bad to leave the living skeleton, and the fat woman, and old Ben, and little Ella. But I mustn't stand here. Be ready when I come for you, and by morning we'll be so far off that Mr. Lord nor Mr. Castle won't be able to catch us."
The old monkey went back to his companions, as if delighted by the upcoming trip. Toby then went into the dressing tent to prepare for the evening's performance, which was about to begin. It seemed to Toby as if everyone was unusually kind to him that night. Feeling sad about leaving those in the circus who had befriended him, Toby was exceptionally attentive to everyone around him. He ran a small errand for one person and helped another get dressed. In a dozen kind ways, he seemed to be trying to make up for having left them in secret. When it was time for him to enter the ring and he met Ella, she was bright and happy at the thought of riding with him and repeating her afternoon triumphs. Only two things stopped him from giving up his plan to return home: the thought of how wrong he had been to run away from good old Uncle Daniel, and a desire to make things right.
"Has anyone been whipping you, Toby?"
Toby shook his head. He had planned to tell her what he was about to do just before they entered the ring. However, her kind words made it seem impossible. He said nothing as the trumpets blared, the audience cheered loudly, and the clown announced that the wonderful child riders were about to appear, ushering them into the ring. Toby had performed well in the afternoon, but he achieved wonders that evening. They were called back into the ring not once, but twice. When they were finally allowed to leave, everyone behind the curtain showered them with praise. Ella was so generous with her kind words and admiration for Toby's performance. She was also so delighted at the thought of riding together. Even then, Toby couldn't bring himself to tell her what he was going to do. He went into his dressing room, resolving to tell her everything once they had both finished dressing. Toby carefully made a small bundle of the costume Mr. and Mrs. Treat had given him, as he decided to take it with him. He put it under his coat and went out to wait for Ella. When she didn't come out as quickly as he expected, he asked someone to tell her he wanted to see her. He thought that if she did come, she would be in a hurry and wouldn't have time to make lengthy objections to his leaving. But she didn't come at all. Her mother sent word that Toby couldn't see her until after the performance was over. It was almost time for Ella to go into the ring, and she wasn't dressed yet. Toby was terribly disappointed. He knew it wouldn't be safe to wait until the end of the performance if he intended to run away that night. He felt he couldn't leave without saying a few last words to her. He was very troubled until he had an idea. He could write her a goodbye letter. This way, any uncomfortable discussion would be avoided. After some difficulty, he found a small, not very clean piece of paper and a short lead pencil. Sitting on a wagon seat, he used the wagon top as a desk and wrote the following letter.
"Dear Ella, I am going to run away tonight, and I want to say goodbye to you and your mother. I am small, and Uncle Daniel says I don't mount too much, but I am old enough to know that you have been good to me, and when I am a man, I will buy you a whole circus, and we will ride together. Don't forget me, and I want you in haste, Toby Tyler."
Toby had no envelope for this precious letter. However, he felt it would safely reach its destination, unseen by prying eyes, if he entrusted it to old Ben. It didn't take him long to find the old driver, and he said, as he handed him the letter,
I didn't see Ella to tell her I was going, so I wrote this letter, and I want to know if you will give it to her.
Of course I will. But see here, Toby.
And Ben caught him by the sleeve and led him aside where he would not be overheard.
Have you got enough money to take you home? For if you haven't, I can let you have some.
Ben plunged his hand into his large pocket, as if he was about to pull out the entire United States Treasury. Toby assured him that he had enough for all his needs, but the old man wouldn't be satisfied until he had seen for himself. Then, taking Toby's hand again, he said,
Now, my boy, you shouldn't stay around here any longer. Buy something to eat before you start, and go into the woods for a day or two before you take the train or steamboat. You're too big a prize for Job or Castle to let you go without a word, and they'll try their utmost to find you. Be careful now, for if they should catch you, any more chances to get away will be gone. There.
And here Ben suddenly lifted him high from the ground and kissed him.
Now get away as fast as you can.
Toby pressed the old man's hand affectionately. Then, without trusting himself to speak, he walked swiftly toward the entrance. He decided to follow Ben's advice and go into the woods for a short time, so he needed to buy some provisions before leaving. As he passed the monkey's cage, he saw his pet sitting near the bars. He stopped long enough to whisper,
I'll be back in 10 minutes, Mr. Stubbs, and you be all ready then.
He continued on, and as he neared the entrance, one of the men informed him that Mrs. Treat wanted to see him. Toby could barely spare the time just then. However, he probably would have obeyed the request if he had known doing so would lead to his capture. Instead, he ran as fast as his little legs would carry him toward the living skeleton's tent. The exhibition was open when Toby entered. The living skeleton and his wife were both on the platform. Toby crept around the back and up behind Mrs. Treat's chair, explaining that he had just received her message and had to hurry back, as every moment was crucial.
I packed a nice lunch for you,
she said as she kissed him.
And you'll find it on the top of the biggest trunk. Now go, and if my good wishes can help you, you will get to your Uncle Daniel's house without any trouble. Goodbye again, little one.
Toby did not dare to stay any longer where everyone was so kind to him. He slipped down from the platform as quickly as possible, found the bundle, a sizable one at that, without any difficulty, and went back to the monkey's cage. The circus owner had given orders that Toby could do whatever he wanted with the monkey. So, Toby called Mr. Stubbs. Since he was accustomed to taking the monkey with him at night, no one thought it was unusual for him to take Mr. Stubbs from the cage now. Mr. Lord or Mr. Castle might have thought it odd had either of them seen the 2 bundles Toby carried. Fortunately for the boys' plan, however, they both believed he was in the dressing tent, and therefore thought he was perfectly safe. Toby's hand shook so much that he could barely unfasten the cage. When he tried to call the monkey, his voice sounded so strange and husky that it startled him. The old monkey seemed to prefer sleeping with Toby rather than with others of his kind in the cage. Since Toby took him almost every night, Mr. Stubbs came immediately when Toby called, despite the strange sound of his master's voice. With his bundles under his arm and the monkey on his shoulder, with both paws tightly clasped around his neck, Toby made his way out of the tent with a beating heart and holding his breath. Mr. Lord, Castle, and Jacobs were not in sight, and everything looked good for his escape. During the afternoon he had carefully noted the direction of the woods. He started swiftly toward them now, stopping only long enough, once he was well clear of the tents, to whisper,
Goodbye, Mr. Treat, and Mrs. Treat, and Ella, and Ben. Sometime when I'm a man, I'll come back and bring you lots of nice things, and I'll never forget you. Never. When I have a chance to be good to some little boy who felt as bad as I did, I'll do it and tell him that it was you who inspired it. Goodbye.
Then he turned around and ran toward the woods as swiftly as if his escape had been discovered and the entire company were chasing him. Chapter 18, A Day of Freedom. Toby ran at top speed over the rough road. The monkey, jolted from side to side, clutched his paws more tightly around the boy's neck. He looked into Toby's face as if to ask what this very strange action meant. When he was nearly breathless and could run no more, Toby had to walk. He looked behind him and saw the bright lights of the circus. He also heard the music, just as he had heard it on the night he prepared to run away from Uncle Daniel. These very sounds reminded him sharply of how ungrateful he had been to the old man who had cared for him when no one else would. This made it easier for him to leave behind those who had been so kind to him when he greatly needed kindness.
"We are going home, Mr. Stubbs,"
he said joyfully to the monkey.
"Home to Uncle Daniel and the boys. Won't you have a good time when we get there? You can run all over the barn and up in the trees and do just what you want to. There will be plenty of fellows to play with you. You have no idea how good a place Guilford is, Mr. Stubbs."
The monkey chattered away, as if anticipating a lot of fun when they arrived at Toby's home. The boy chattered back, his spirits rising with every step that took him farther away from the tents where he had spent so many miserable hours. A brisk half-hour walk was enough to take Toby to the woods. After a short search, he found a thick clump of bushes where he decided he could sleep without the risk of being seen by anyone passing by before morning. He didn't have much choice for a bed, though. It was so dark in the woods that it was impossible to collect moss or leaves to make a soft resting place. The few leaves and pine branches he did gather made his sleeping spot only slightly softer. However, during the 10 weeks Toby had spent with the circus, his bed was rarely softer than the wagon seat. He was not at all bothered by the prospect of sleeping with only a few leaves between himself and the ground. He used the bundle containing his riding costume as a pillow. He placed the lunch Mrs. Treat had given him nearby, making sure the monkey couldn't easily reach it. Then he cuddled Mr. Stubbs close to his chest and lay down to sleep.
"Mr. Lord won't wake us up in the morning and curse at us for not washing the tumblers,"
said Toby, in a tone of satisfaction, to the monkey.
"And we won't have to go into the tent tomorrow and sell terrible lemonade and stale peanuts."
Here his tone changed to one of sorrow.
"There will be some there who will be sorry not to see us in the morning, Mr. Stubbs, though they'll be glad to know that we got away safely. But won't Mr. Lord curse, and won't Mr. Castle crack his whip when they come to look around for us in the morning and find that we aren't there?"
The monkey's reply was to nestle his head closer under Toby's coat, clearly indicating that he was ready to sleep. Toby was just as ready to sleep. He had worked hard that day. However, the excitement of his escape had prevented him from realizing his fatigue until he lay down. Almost before he finished congratulating himself on how easily they had gotten free, both he and the monkey were sound asleep, as if tucked into the softest bed imaginable. Toby's extreme weariness was a true friend to him that night, as it kept him from waking. If he had woken, it might have been unpleasant when he fully realized he was all alone in the forest. The usual sounds of the woods might have frightened him, even just a little. The sun shone directly in Toby's face when he awoke the next morning. The old monkey was still snugly nestled under his coat. He sat up, feeling rather dazed at first. Then, as he fully grasped that he was truly free from everything that had made his life so sad and difficult for so many weeks, he shouted aloud, reveling in his newfound freedom. Awakened by Toby's cries, the monkey started from his sleep in fright and jumped into the nearest tree. He then began to chatter, jump, and swing from the branches when he saw that nothing unusual was happening. They were simply out in the woods again, where they could have endless fun and do as they pleased. After a brief celebration of their escape, Toby put the monkey back on his shoulder and the bundles under his arm. He then cautiously went to the edge of the thicket. From there, he could tell whether or not they were being pursued. He had entered the woods on the crest of a small hill when he fled so quickly the previous evening. Looking down, he could see the spot where the circus tents had been pitched, but no sign of them was visible now. He saw several people walking around and imagined they looked up occasionally to where he stood hidden by the leaves. This made him quite uneasy. He feared that Mr. Lord or Mr. Castle might be among them. He believed they would start searching for him immediately, and that the first place they would look was exactly where he was standing.
"This won't do, Mr. Stubbs,"
he said, as he pushed the monkey higher up on his shoulder and moved into the densest part of the woods.
"We must get out of this place and go farther down, where we can hide until tomorrow morning. Besides, we must find some water where we can wash our faces."
The old monkey would not have cared if they hadn't washed their faces for the next month. However, he chattered and grinned as Toby trudged along. He tried to grab leaves as they went by, and in various other ways he hindered Toby's progress. Eventually, Toby had to give him a stern scolding to make him behave properly. After walking quickly for a full half-hour, Toby finally found the perfect spot. He decided they would need to spend some time there before he dared to leave and start for home. It was a small valley entirely filled with trees. They grew so thickly, except for one small spot, that it was almost impossible to walk through. The one clear spot was no more than 10 feet square. It was right at the edge of a swiftly running brook. A more beautiful or convenient place for a boy and a monkey, who had no tent and no way to build one, could hardly be imagined. Toby's first act was to wash his face. He tried to make the monkey do the same, but Mr. Stubbs had no intention of doing such a foolish thing. Mr. Stubbs would come close to the water's edge and look at it. But the moment Toby tried to get him in, he would rush back among the trees. He would climb out on a slender branch, swing down by his tail, and chatter away. It was as if he was making fun of Toby for thinking he would be foolish enough to get his face wet. After Toby had freshened up, he untied the bundle the fat lady had given him to have breakfast. Toby was a big eater, but even he was surprised by the amount of food Mrs. Treat considered a lunch. There were 2 whole pies, half of another, 2 dozen doughnuts, several large pieces of cheese, 6 sandwiches with a generous amount of meat, half a dozen nicely buttered biscuits, and a large piece of cake. The monkey had descended from the tree as soon as he saw Toby untying the bundle. Just as much pleasure was visible on his face as on Toby's when he saw the good things spread before them. He showed his appreciation for Mrs. Treat's thoughtfulness by suddenly snatching a doughnut and running with it up the tree, where he knew Toby couldn't follow.
"Now look here, Mr. Stubbs,"
said Toby sternly.
"You can have all you want to eat, but you must take it in a proper way, and don't play any such tricks."
After giving this command, which, incidentally, was obeyed about as well as it was understood, Toby focused on his breakfast. He significantly reduced the amount of food before he finished. Toby cleaned up his eating area by gathering the remaining food and putting it back into the paper as best he could. Then he sat down to think over the situation and decide what he should do. He felt rather nervous about venturing out, fearing Mr. Lord or Mr. Castle might catch him again. The weather was still warm at night, his camping spot was everything he could desire, and the food supply was likely to last. He decided he should stay there for at least 2 days. This would make him reasonably sure that if either of the men he so dreaded had remained behind to catch him, they would have grown tired and moved on. With that point settled, his next task was to create a soft bed. He had his pocket knife with him, and his little valley had plenty of pine and hemlock trees. He knew he could make a bed as soft and fragrant as anyone could imagine from the tips of their branches. He immediately set to work, while Mr. Stubbs continued his antics above his head. After about 2 hours of steady work, Toby had cut enough tender branches to make a bed. He and the monkey could snuggle down and sleep as comfortably as if they were in the softest bed in Uncle Daniel's house. When Toby first began to cut the boughs, he considered making some sort of a hut. However, 2 hours of work had blistered his hands, and he was quite ready to sit down and rest, with no desire for any other kind of shelter than what the trees themselves provided. Toby imagined he could stay in that beautiful place with the monkey, feeling content for many days. However, after he had rested for a while, played with his pet, and eaten a little more of his lunch, time began to pass very slowly. He soon decided to risk meeting Mr. Lord or Mr. Castle again by leaving the woods first thing the next morning. Many times before sunset that day, Toby was tempted to take that risk at night, simply for a change. But as he considered the matter, he realized how dangerous such a move would be. He made himself wait. That night he did not sleep as soundly as the previous one, for the simple reason that he wasn't as tired. He awoke several times. The noise of the night birds alarmed him so much that he had to wake the old monkey for company. Still, the night passed despite his fears, as all nights do, whether a boy is alone in the woods or tucked into his own bed at home. In the morning, Toby hurried to get away. Each moment he stayed now made him more impatient to move toward home. He washed himself as quickly as possible and ate his breakfast with great haste. Then, picking up his bundles and the monkey, he started once more, believing he was heading in the direction from which he had entered the woods. Toby walked along briskly, feeling very cheerful. His escape was now complete, and he was heading toward Uncle Daniel and home as fast as he could. He sang Old 100 5 or 6 times to show his happiness. It's likely he would have sung something a little more lively if he had known any other songs, but Old 100 was all the music he knew. He kept repeating it, which was just as satisfying as if he had known every opera ever written. The monkey would jump from Toby's shoulder into the branches above. It would run along the trees for a short distance, then wait until Toby caught up. Then it would suddenly drop onto his shoulder again. In every other way a monkey shows joy. It demonstrated that it was as happy as possible. Toby walked on contentedly for nearly an hour. With every moment, he expected to reach the edge of the woods, where he could see houses and people once more, but instead, the forest seemed to grow denser, and nothing indicated that he was nearing the village. A great fear came into Toby's heart just then. For a moment, he stopped in helpless confusion. His lips began to quiver, his face turned white, and his hand trembled so much that the old monkey took hold of one of his fingers and looked at it in wonder. Chapter 19. Mr. Stubbs's Mischief and His Sad Fate. Toby had begun to realize that he was lost in the woods. This thought was enough to alarm even an adult. He told himself he would continue in his current direction for 15 minutes. Since he had no way of telling the time, he sat down on a log. He took out the pencil stub he had used to write the letter to Ella and multiplied 60 by 15. He knew there were 60 seconds in a minute and that he could usually count 1 for each second. Therefore, when he calculated that there were 900 seconds in 15 minutes, he decided to walk as straight ahead as possible until he had counted that number. He walked on, counting as regularly as he could. He thought to himself that he had never before realized how long 15 minutes could feel. It truly seemed to him that an hour had passed before he finished counting. Yet, when he stopped, there were no more signs of a clearing than there had been when he started.
"Ah, Mr. Stubbs, we're lost, we're lost!"
he cried, as he laid his cheek on the monkey's head and gave way to the deep sorrow that came over him.
"What shall we do? Perhaps we won't ever find our way out, but we'll die here, and then Uncle Daniel won't ever know how sorry I was that I ran away."
Then Toby lay right down on the ground and cried so hard that the monkey seemed frightened. It tried to turn the boy's face over and finally leaned down and licked Toby's ear. This small act, which felt so much like a kiss, brought Toby a great deal of comfort. He sat up again, took the monkey in his arms, and began seriously to discuss a definite plan of action.
"It won't do to keep going the way we've been, Mr. Stubbs,"
said Toby as he looked directly into his pet's face, and the old monkey sat as still and looked as serious as possible.
"For we must be going deeper into the woods. Let's start off this way."
And Toby pointed at a right angle to the direction they had been going.
"And keep right on that way until we come to something, or until we drop right down and die."
It is reasonable to assume that the old monkey agreed to Toby's plan. Although he said nothing in favor of it, he certainly made no objections, which to Toby was the same as if his companion had agreed clearly. Both the bundles and the monkey were a rather heavy load for a small boy like Toby to carry, but he clung bravely to them, walking determinedly onward, without looking to the right or to the left. He was glad when the old monkey would take a run among the trees, because then he was relieved of its weight. He was also glad when it returned, as he then had its company, which made any effort worthwhile. Toby was in a difficult situation as it was, but without the old monkey as a companion, he would have thought his condition was 100 times worse and would barely have had the courage to continue. He walked on and on until he felt he could truly go no farther. Still, he saw no signs indicating the end of the woods. At last, he sank to the ground, too tired to walk another step. He said to the monkey, who looked as if he wanted to know the reason for this pause,
"It's no use, Mr. Stubbs. I've got to sit down here and rest for a while anyway. Besides, I'm awfully hungry."
Then Toby began to eat his dinner and give the monkey his. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He had no water, nor did he know where to find it. Immediately he became so thirsty that he couldn't eat any more.
"We can't stand this,"
complained Toby to the monkey.
"We've got to have something to drink, or else we can't eat all these sweet things. And I'm so tired that I can't go any farther. Let's not eat dinner now. Instead, let's stay here and rest, and then we can keep going and look for water."
Toby's rest period was long. As soon as he stretched out on the ground, he fell asleep from pure exhaustion. He didn't wake until the sun was just setting. Then he saw that, difficult as his troubles had been before, they were about to become, or in fact had already become, worse. He hadn't paid any attention to his bundles when he lay down. When he awoke, he was puzzled, trying to figure out what was scattered so thickly on the ground. He looked at it for only a moment, before he realized it was what had been the lunch he had carried so far. After his unfortunate experience of losing his money, he understood very easily that the old monkey had taken the lunch while he slept. The monkey had entertained himself by tearing it into the smallest possible pieces and scattering them on the ground, where Toby now saw them. Toby looked at the mess in almost speechless surprise. Then he turned to where the old monkey lay, seemingly asleep. But as the boy watched him intently, he could see that the cunning animal was actually watching him out of one half-closed eye.
"Now you have ruined us, Mr. Stubbs,"
cried Toby.
"We'll never find our way out of here, and now we don't have anything to eat, and by tomorrow we shall be starved. Oh dear, weren't you bad enough when you threw all the money away? Did you have to go and do this just when we were in terrible trouble?"
Mr. Stubbs looked up as if Toby's sadness had just woken him. He slowly glanced around, as if trying to figure out what was wrong. Then, seemingly noticing the crumbs on the ground for the first time, he picked some up and examined them closely.
"Now don't pretend you don't know how those got there,"
said Toby, showing anger toward his pet for the first time.
"You know it was you who did it, because there wasn't anyone else here, and you can't fool me with that surprised look."
It seemed the monkey realized his attempt to feign ignorance wasn't working. He walked meekly toward his young master, climbed onto his shoulder, and sat there, kissing his ear or looking into his eyes. The boy could no longer resist the silent plea, so he took the monkey into his arms, hugged him closely, and said,
"It can't be helped now, I suppose, and we'll have to get along the best way we can. But it was terribly naughty of you, Mr. Stubbs, and I don't know what we're going to do for something to eat."
During his destructive spree, the old monkey had not spared the smallest bit of food. He had shredded everything into such tiny pieces that none of it could be gathered, and it was all completely wasted. While Toby sat lamenting his situation and trying to figure out what to do for food, the darkness began to deepen. It had just started to gather when he first awoke. He was forced to find a suitable place to spend the night before it became too dark to search. Because he had slept nearly the entire afternoon and was kept awake by his recent loss, Toby lay awake on the hard ground. With the monkey on his arm, he stayed awake hour after hour until all kinds of imaginings filled his mind. He feared that every sound was someone from the circus coming to capture him, or a wild beast ready to devour him. The cold sweat of fear beaded on his brow, and he hardly dared to breathe, let alone speak. He worried that his voice would reveal his location and bring his enemies upon him. The minutes seemed like hours, and the hours like days, as he lay there, fearfully listening to every sound of the forest night. It felt as if he had been there for many hours when he finally fell asleep and was freed from his fears. Bright and early the next morning, Toby was awake. As he fully understood all the dangers and troubles surrounding him, he was inclined to give in to his sadness again. But he said resolutely to himself,
"It might be a lot worse than it is, and Mr. Stubbs and I can manage one day without anything to eat. Perhaps by night we'll be out of the woods, and then whatever we get will taste good to us."
He began his walk, a journey that might not end that day, courageously. His courage was rewarded when he soon reached many bushes loaded with blackberries. He enjoyed a hearty meal from these, and the old monkey truly relished them. The monkey ate all he could, then stored enough in his cheeks for a good-sized lunch later. Greatly refreshed by his fruit breakfast, Toby continued his journey with new energy. The world began to look very bright to him. He had not expected to find berries when thoughts of starvation first entered his mind. Now that his hunger was satisfied, he began to believe he might be able to live for weeks in the woods, sustained solely by what he could find growing there. Shortly after breakfast, he came upon a brook. He thought it was the same brook where he had camped his first night in the woods. Pulling off his clothes, he waded into the deepest part and had a most refreshing bath, even though the water was quite cold. Without any towels to dry himself, he had to sit in the sun until his skin was dry before he could put his clothes on again. Then he started his walk once more, feeling confident that he would eventually be all right. All this time, he had been traveling without knowing if he was going straight ahead or in circles. He now decided to follow the brook's course, believing it would eventually lead him out of the forest. During the afternoon, he walked steadily, but not so fast that he would get exhausted quickly. When he estimated it was noon by the sun's position, he lay down on a mossy bank to rest. He was beginning to feel sad again. He had found no more berries, and the elation from his breakfast and bath was quickly fading. The old monkey was in a tree almost directly above his head, stretched out on one of the limbs most contentedly. As Toby watched him, and thought of all the trouble the monkey had caused by wasting food, thoughts of starvation again entered his mind. He felt he would not live to see Uncle Daniel again. Just as he was feeling most sad and lonely, and when thoughts of death from starvation were most vivid in his mind, he heard a dog barking nearby. His first thought was that he was finally saved. He was just getting to his feet to shout for help when he heard the loud sound of a gun and an agonized cry from the branches above. The old monkey fell to the ground with a thud, indicating he had received a fatal wound. All this had happened so quickly that Toby did not at first understand the extent of the tragedy that had befallen him. But a groan from the poor monkey changed everything. The monkey placed one little brown paw to his chest, from which blood flowed freely, and looked up at his master with a most sorrowful expression. This sight showed the poor little boy the great trouble that had now arrived. Toby let out a loud cry of agony. It could not have been more full of pain had he received the bullet in his own chest. He threw himself by the side of the dying monkey, gathering him close to his chest, not caring about the blood that poured over him. He gently stroked the little head that had rested so often on his chest, saying repeatedly, as the monkey uttered short moans of agony,
"Who could have been so cruel? Who could have been so cruel?"
Toby's tears streamed down his face like rain. He kissed his dying pet again and again, as if he wanted to take all the pain upon himself.
"Oh, if you could only speak to me,"
he cried. He took one of the poor monkey's paws in his hand, and finding it growing cold with the chill of death, he placed it on his neck to warm it.
How I love you, Mr. Stubbs. And now you're going to die and leave me. Oh, if I hadn't spoken crossly to you yesterday, and if I hadn't almost choked you the day we went to the Skeletons for dinner. Forgive me for ever being unkind to you, won't you, Mr. Stubbs?
As the monkey's groans grew more frequent but weaker, Toby ran to the brook. He filled his hands with water and held it to the poor animal's mouth. The monkey lapped the water quickly and looked up with a human expression of gratitude in his eyes, as if thanking his master for that small relief. Toby then tried to wash the blood from his chest, but it flowed as fast as he could wash it away. He stopped trying to clean the wound and focused on making his friend and pet more comfortable. He took off his jacket and laid it on the ground for the monkey to lie upon. He picked a quantity of large green leaves as a cooling rest for his head. Then he sat by the monkey's side, holding his paws and speaking to him with the most tender words his lips, quivering with sorrow as they were, could utter. Chapter 20. Home and Uncle Daniel. Meanwhile, the person who caused this tragedy had arrived. He was a young man whose rifle and full game bag showed he had been hunting. His face expressed deep sorrow for what he had accidentally done.
I didn't know I was firing at your pet,
he said to Toby. He laid his hand on Toby's shoulder and tried to make him look up.
I only saw a little patch of fur through the trees, and thinking it was some wild animal, I fired. Forgive me, won't you? And let me put the poor animal out of his misery.
Toby looked up fiercely at the man who had shot his pet and asked savagely,
Why don't you go away? Don't you see that you have killed Mr. Stubbs and you'll be hanged for murder?
I wouldn't have done it under any circumstances,
said the hunter, pitying Toby's grief most sincerely.
Come away and let me put the poor thing out of its agony.
How can you do it?
Asked Toby bitterly.
He's dying already.
I know it, and it will be a kindness to put a bullet through his head.
If Toby had been older and stronger, perhaps a real act of violence might have occurred. He glared at the hunter, who so calmly suggested killing the poor monkey, especially after it had already suffered a fatal wound. The hunter quickly stepped back, as if truly afraid that in his desperation, Toby might hurt him.
Go away,
said Toby passionately.
And don't ever come here again. You've killed all I ever had in this world that I had to love, and I hate you. I hate you.
Then, turning back to the monkey, he placed his hands on each side of its head. Leaning down, he kissed its small brown lips as tenderly as a mother would kiss her child. The monkey was growing weaker and weaker. After Toby showed this affection, the monkey reached up its tiny paws, grasped Toby's finger, and half raised itself from the ground. Then, with a convulsive struggle, it fell back dead, its tiny fingers slowly releasing their hold on the boy's hand. Toby feared it was death, yet he still hoped he was wrong. He looked into the half-open, rapidly glazing eyes and placed his hand over its heart to see if it was still beating. Receiving no response from the lifeless eyes and feeling no heartbeat from under its bloodied chest, he knew his pet was truly dead. He flung himself by the monkey's side, completely consumed by grief. He called the monkey by name, implored it to look at him, and finally lamented ever leaving the circus. There at least his pet's life was safe, even if Toby himself suffered a daily beating. The hunter stood silently watching this painful scene. He understood everything Toby's mourning implied. A boy had run away from the circus. Mr. Lord and Mr. Castle had stayed behind one day, hoping to capture the fugitive, and they had told their own version of Toby's escape. For nearly an hour, Toby lay by the dead monkey's side, crying as if his heart would break. The hunter waited until Toby's grief had somewhat subsided, and then he approached the boy again.
Won't you believe that I didn't mean to do this cruel thing?
He asked in a kindly voice.
And won't you believe that I would do anything in my power to bring your pet back to life?
Toby looked at him earnestly for a moment, and then said slowly,
Yes, I'll try to.
Now, will you come with me and let me talk to you? For I know who you are and why you are here.
How do you know that?
2 men stayed behind after the circus had left, and they hunted everywhere for you.
I wish they had caught me,
moaned Toby.
I wish they had caught me, for then Mr. Stubbs wouldn't be here dead.
Toby's grief broke out anew as he again looked at the poor, stiff form that had brought him so much comfort and joy.
Try not to think of that now, but think of yourself and what you will do,
said the man gently, anxious to divert Toby's mind from the monkey's death as much as possible.
I don't want to think of myself, and I don't care what I'll do,
sobbed the boy with strong emotion.
But you must. You can't stay here always. I will try to help you get home, or wherever you want to go, if you will tell me all about it.
It was some time before Toby could be persuaded to speak or think of anything but his pet's death. However, the young man finally succeeded in getting his story from him. He then tried to persuade Toby to leave that place and accompany him to town.
I can't leave Mr. Stubbs,
said the boy firmly.
He never left me the night I got thrown out of the wagon, and he thought I was hurt.
Then came another struggle to persuade him to bury his pet. Toby eventually realized he couldn't carry a dead monkey with him, so he agreed. But he wouldn't allow the young man to help him in any way, or even to touch the monkey's body. He dug a grave under a small fir tree nearby. He lined it with wild flowers and leaves. Even then he hesitated to cover the body with earth. At last he remembered the elaborate costume which the living skeleton and his wife had given him. In this he carefully wrapped his deceased pet. He had no regret at leaving the sequined suit, for it was the best he could offer, and surely nothing could be too good for Mr. Stubbs. He tenderly laid him in the little grave. Covering the body with flowers, he paused before covering it with earth, his voice thick with emotion.
Goodbye, Mr. Stubbs. Goodbye. I wish it had been me instead of you who died, for I'm a terribly sorry little boy now that you're dead.
Even after the grave was filled and a small mound formed over it, the young man struggled greatly to persuade Toby to leave. When the boy finally agreed, he walked away very slowly, continuously turning his head to look back as long as the little grave remained visible. When the trees completely blocked it from view, tears began to roll down Toby's cheeks again. He sobbed.
I wish I hadn't left him. Oh, why didn't I make him lie down by me? Then he'd be alive now, and how glad he'd be to know that we were finally getting out of the woods.
The man who had caused Toby this sorrow discussed other topics with him, distracting him from the monkey's death as much as possible. By the time the boy reached the village, he had told his story exactly as it happened, without blaming Mr. Lord. He took full responsibility for leaving his home. Mr. Lord and Mr. Castle had stayed in town for only 1 day. They were told that a boy had taken the night train that passed through the town about 2 hours after Toby's escape. They immediately left to follow up on that information. Therefore Toby had no need to fear meeting either of them just then, and he could begin his journey home in peace. The young man who had caused the monkey's death first tried to persuade Toby to stay a day or two with him. When that failed, he did everything he could to get the boy home as quickly and safely as possible. He insisted on paying for Toby's steamboat ticket, even though Toby tried his best to stop him. He even accompanied Toby to the next town, where the boy was to take the steamboat. He had not only paid for Toby's ticket, but also for a stateroom for him. When the boy said he could sleep anywhere, and there was no need for such an expense, the man replied,
Those men who were looking for you have gone down the river. They are likely to search the boat when they discover they started on the wrong trail. They will never suspect you have a stateroom. If you are careful to remain in a seat during the trip, you will travel safely.
Then, when it was time for the steamboat to depart, the young man said to Toby,
Now, my boy, you won't hold a grudge against me for shooting the monkey, will you? I would have done anything to bring him back to life. Since I couldn't do that, helping you get home was the next best thing I could do.
I know you didn't mean to shoot Mr. Stubbs,
Toby said, his eyes welling up as he spoke of his pet.
And I'm sorry I said what I did to you in the woods.
Before more could be said, the warning whistle blew, the gangplank was pulled in, the great wheels began to revolve, and Toby was truly on his way to Uncle Daniel and Guilford. It was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he knew he wouldn't reach home until 2 or 3 o'clock the next afternoon. Still, he was trembling with excitement at the thought of walking through the streets of Guilford once more, seeing all his friends, and going home to Uncle Daniel. However, whenever he thought of home, of meeting his friends, or of revisiting all those familiar places, a troubling memory would surface. He remembered all the plans he had made about taking the monkey with him, and this thought would diminish his joy, great as it was. That night, he had much difficulty falling asleep, but he eventually did. When he awoke, the steamer was going up the river. The river's waters seemed like an old friend, as they had flowed past Guilford on their way to the sea. At each town where the steamer docked, Toby looked eagerly out onto the pier. He hoped by chance someone from his home might be there, and that he would see a familiar face again. But all this time, he followed the advice he had received, and remained in his room, where he could see without being seen. It was fortunate that he did, for at one of the landings he saw both Mr. Lord and Mr. Castle board the boat. Toby's heart beat rapidly and fiercely. He expected at any moment to hear them at the door, demanding to be let in, for it seemed to him that they must know exactly where he was hidden. But no such misfortune occurred. The men had apparently boarded the boat only to search for him, for they disembarked again before the steamer departed. Toby had the satisfaction of watching their backs as they walked away from the pier. It took some time before he recovered from the fright their presence caused him. But when he did, his thoughts and hopes quickly surpassed the steamer, which seemed to be going so slowly. He longed to see Guilford with barely restrainable impatience. At last he could see the spire of the little church on the hill. When the steamer rounded the point, offering a full view of the town, and sounded its whistle as a signal for those on shore to come to the pier, Toby could barely stop himself from jumping up and down and shouting with delight. He was at the gangplank, ready to land a full 5 minutes before the steamer was even close to the dock. When he recognized the first face on the pier, he was a very happy boy. He was at home. The dream of the past 10 weeks finally came true. Neither Mr. Lord nor Mr. Castle frightened him any more. He ran down the gangplank before it was even ready. He hugged every boy he saw there, and would have kissed them if they had been willing to let him. Of course, he was overwhelmed with questions. However, before he would answer any, he asked about Uncle Daniel and the others at home. Some of the boys suggested that Toby would get a severe whipping for running away. The only reply the happy Toby made to that was,
I hope I will. Then I'll feel like I've somewhat made up for running away. If Uncle Daniel will only let me stay with him again, he may whip me every morning, and I won't open my mouth to cry out.
The boys were impatient to hear the story of Toby's travels. However, he refused to tell it to them, saying,
I'll go home. If Uncle Daniel forgives me for being so naughty, I'll sit down this afternoon and tell you all you want to know about the circus.
Then, far more rapidly than he had run away from it, Toby ran towards the home he had known his entire life. His heart was full, almost to bursting, as he thought that perhaps he would be told he had lost all right to it, and that he could never again call it home. When he entered the old familiar sitting room, Uncle Daniel was seated near the window, alone. He was looking out sadly, as Toby thought, across the fields of yellow, waving grain. Toby crept in quietly. He went up to the old man, knelt down, and said, very humbly, and with his entire heart in the words,
Oh, Uncle Daniel, if you'll only forgive me for being naughty and running away and let me stay here again, for it's all the home I ever had, I'll do everything you tell me to and never whisper during service or do anything bad.
Then he waited for the words that would decide his future. They were not long in coming.
My poor boy,
said Uncle Daniel softly, as he stroked Toby's unruly red hair.
My love for you was greater than I knew. When you left me, I called out to the Lord, as if it had been my own child who had gone far from me. Stay here, Toby, my son, and help take care of me as I approach the end of my life. Then, in the bright light of that glorious afterlife, Uncle Daniel will wait to go with you into the presence of God, who is always a father to those without one.
And in Uncle Daniel's kindly care, we may safely leave Toby Tyler. The end.
Bodee Books, free multi-voice audiobooks.